This is Kisumu Cultural on stage. Nyakusa, be stand by with the dodo. Asante. Tuwapigie makofi mazuri. Let's appreciate them. Kata kata. Asante sana Kisumu Cultural Group. Thank you very much. Tuwapigie makofi mazuri. Makofi kwa hao na Orutu, Kisumu Cultural Group, products of Kisumu County, County 042. Now I want to invite Nyatiti Umala. These are some of the kind of music that Jaramogi enjoyed. Yeah. Quickly. Nyakusabi, stand by.
wachana
Para manene bodalu para manene boginga karaoke. Para manene bodalu para manene
boginga karaoke.
Changati mango, changati mango, changati mango, changati mango. Tumoy wagolo, bai kota dama jagim. Tumoy wagolo, bai
kota dama jagim. Goma kaseda,
Kodogi la wakatuma,
nuka ojoga.
Changati mango,
changati mango.
Changati
mango,
Tumoy wagolo, bai ko makaseda. Pero wakolo nengo, pigi wakengo. Inga wada dumole lo erotero. Angora le linga do, pero wakengo. Uro wada linga do, pero wakengo. Kinyinya do linga do,
pero wakengo.
Uro wada linga do,
pero wakengo.
Kinyinya do linga do,
pero wakengo.
Mina ide pinga ge,
pero wakengo.
Changati mango,
changati mango.
Changati mango,
changati mango.
Tumoy wagolo, bai kota dama jagim.
Nuka makaseda,
Kodogi la
wakajuma, nuka ojoga.
Kula sumana,
Wait, my jet,
tera oruna,
wait, my jet,
ramalana,
wait, my jet,
wako enu oyu marabura,
wait, my jet,
wako enu oyu marabura,
wait, my jet,
wako enu oyu marate,
wait, my jet,
onya lego,
Jaggerabri,
wambono,
Jaggerabri,
iludinga,
Jaggerabri,
ebungongo,
Jaggerabri,
eborenga jimi,
Jaggerabri,
ebopiohana,
Jaggerabri,
ebubidano,
Jaggerabri,
toka uoro,
Bermaro, Ana Woro Kaziaki,
toka uoro berumaro,
Ana Woro Kaziaki,
toka uoro berumaro,
Ana Woro Kaziaki,
bomino bu,
Jaggerabri,
orano,
oh, Jaggerabri,
ebubidano,
Jaggerabri,
bomino be,
Jaggerabri,
laketa,
Chalabama, Ovinja, Onyerge Jopi, Aguambora.
toka uoro berumaro,
Ana Woro Kaziaki,
toka lendo berumaro,
Ana Lando Kaziaki,
bomino buru,
Jaggerabri,
onya lego,
Jaggerabri,
bomino kingo, eborenga jimi,
Jaggerabri,
ebunyangundongo,
Jaggerabri,
orano,
Jaggerabri,
Asante sana, asante sana, asante sana,
Chalabama, Ovinja,
asanteni sana. Nyakusa, next on stage. Asanteni sana, asante sana, asante sana. Next on stage, Nyakusa. Nyakusa, Nyakusa, Nyakusa.
Tuwapigie makofi mazuri na waomba. Let's learn to appreciate them. Once again, round of applause. This is the kind of music that Jaramogi used to enjoy.
Studio.
Nyakusa, studio,
Studio Nyakusa.
Baba Song.
Nyakusa.
Nyakusa. Studio. Jikwara mugia jua. Anyari jona. Asmorena. Aidasuna kwa. Kenda sungona kwa. Kumagoyo kinyati. Mielo kinyasi. Anyajo kusanya gidakitari nyakogero. Tumodoko kitanyo nyoge mori.
nyar jonam Tuma nyono ginyabi Miele nyono ginyasi Anya jokusanya gidakatari jakogero Tumodoko kita nyono gimor Kawelo yoro buda Anya gupande nyar jonam Yolua Onagi ngamarie kumukalo bimo Namaloyo nyakwara mogito enenga Jomaloyo jokanyadam togenenga Yolua Onagi ngamarie kumukalo bimo Namaloyo nyakwara mogito enenga Jomaloyo jokanyadam togenenga
Let's join Jacob to simama tucheze. Leo ni siku ya furaha.
Etiende na mlolwe Jomoko chomo nyandwat Moko diyo ukwe Jomoko di milambo Moko do mimbo Saya dongo tingo nage Migori bendo tingo nage Omabeyo tingo nage Kisumu chunyo nage Yomoko pogo nage nango Ango upogo de joluo Paro mange maungo Mogaro pogo nage Dembi wapogere nango Wane joka ngata chiel Kiku kebderi uroko nage Yomoko pogo nage nango Ango mupogo de joluo Kareli bamba dembi wapogere nango Dunge wane joka ngata chiel Kiku ketere uroko nagi Wane joka ngata chiel Kiku ketere uroko nagi Wani kwara moga jua Kiku ketere uroko nagi Wani pinyara na Kiku ketere uroko nagi Wane joka ngata chiel Kiku ketere uroko nagi Wani para monga jua Kiku ketere uroko nagi Wani tinyara na Kiku ketere uroko nagi Kamiel newa mielo kanyakla Jatiti newa goyo kanyakla Orutu newa goyo kanyakla Kiku ketere uroko nagi
Front row only, the front row only to come over.
Ajua ne watu kanyakla Kiku ketere uroko nagi Yodongo nilichimo kanyakla Weche wane waloso kanyakla Twenje wane wagoyo kanyakla Kiku ketere uroko nagi Kamiel newa mielo kanyakla Jatiti newa goyo kanyakla Orutu newa goyo kanyakla Kiku ketere uroko nagi Peke newa mielo kanyakla Jatiti newa mielo kanyakla Orutu newa mielo kanyakla Kiku ketere uroko nagi
Aya, asante sana, asante sana. Tuwapigie makofi mazuri. Asante sana, asante. Tuwapigie makofi mazuri. Thank you very much. Hey. Mjumbe na manomi almane.
Makofi kwao. Asante.
Haya, nataka nimkaribishe hapa Odinga Konyango.
Agodi
on stage.
On stage. Aluo kaumna kara.
The final one for now.
Aluo kaumna kara wuningi mose luonga. Oburu ritnamna dipo wuningi mose luonga o. Oburu ritnamna dipo wun pinyo se luonga. Aluo kaumna kara wun pinyo se luonga o. Aluo kaumna kara wun pinyo se luonga o. Achanore na molo ma wuni tinga wuni barbon. Wuni nyakoga molo tober mo wijo sungo. Aluongi ng'ama nochungi ka Jaramogi sani oseromo Jaramogi koro dhiyo. Joluo chuk duto luo penjore to wadongi ng'ato kara ruoth oserie bade. Aluo kaw mana kara wuon piny oseluonga o. Aluo kaw mana kara wuon piny oseluonga. Oburu ritna mana dipo wuon piny oseluonga o. Oburu ritna mana dipo wuon piny oseluonga o. Awuoyo koda molo ma wuonya koga thuon kare michungo. Amolo piny luo penjore apenja ni kara thuondi mage miyudo. Ini thuon manobiro ka Jaramogi osenindo. Amolo mano konyo luo ka luo to moko embani yo. Raila med mana kedo piny podorie wange o. Amolo kel mana malo piny oserie wange. Raila chung mana kodwa joluo geno kuomi. Ae chorida chung mana kodwa joluo geno kuomi.
Joey.
Wapi makofi Agodi.
Let's give him a round of applause. Makofi kwa Agodi. And I want to thank all the performers. Now, let me take this opportunity to invite Bernard Adam Salo to continue with the program for there. Then the other entertainers will come at an interlude. Adam Salo.
Thank you very much, Bob Madanji. And as you have listened to the entertainment, you have seen it is cultural entertainment. Cultural because Jaramogi was a man of many worlds. And one of his worlds was culture. One of the reasons that we are here in Ofafa Memorial Hall, and people have been asking, since there are so many people who have turned up, why wasn't this occasion, for example, held in a bigger place? The reason why this time the family decided to have the 30th anniversary in Ofafa Memorial Hall is because it has a history of the struggle of Jaramogi. Ambrose Ofafa, who this hall is named after, was one of the nationalists who suffered and was killed because of the national struggle. He was a councillor in Nairobi, and in 1953, during the height of the Mau Mau, he was killed. And the then colonialists tried to say that it was the Kikuyu Mau Mau who had killed Ofafa. And they were trying to sow the seed of discord between the Kikuyu and the Luo. And Jaramogi, who was then the care of the Luo Union, or the president of the Luo Union, when he heard that skirmishes between the Kikuyu and the Luo were about to take place because of the death of Ofafa, Jaramogi rushed to Nairobi and he addressed the Luo community in Nairobi and told them, let us not fall into the trap that the colonialist is trying to create between the nationalist movement. And he told the Luo community there, together with other community, that let us unite and put all our efforts towards memorializing Ambrose Ofafa. And as Raila Odinga and Oburu Odinga would tell you, Jaramogi sought to raise funds amongst the Luos of East Africa. He went with Raila to Uganda, and he went with Oburu to Tanzania, and they can tell you all the places they went, raising funds that ended up in the building of this memorial hall. So the Jaramogi family thought it befitting that in the 30th anniversary, this memorial should not be in Kango Kajaramogi, but should be instead in Ofafa Memorial Hall to capture the culture and memorialization of Jaramogi, the culture man and the nationalist. And with that introduction, let me call the governor of Kisumu County, Professor Nyang' Nyong'o, to welcome you to the county.
Thank you very much, Professor Adam Sulo, for that fantastic introduction to why we are here today. But as Governor of Kisumu, I want to welcome you, all of you, for showing such a big and important respect to Jaramogi and Kisumu County by coming here today for this memorial. I also want to thank, well, before I go very far, the team that made it possible for us to meet in this hall today. The history of this hall for the last 30 years or so is something that will be told later. But as we sit here today, 2 weeks ago, we would not have been here. I want to thank my Deputy Governor, Dr. Willie, and the Minister for Culture and Gender and Social Services, Mheshimiwa Wadiaga, Beatrice, and particularly Abala Wanga, the city manager, and the team that worked here tirelessly. I thank you all for making us meet here this morning and this today. But more particularly, as I welcome you to Kisumu, all of you, I also want to thank the following people for coming here, especially, first, Mama Margaret Kenyatta. You are coming here today, given the history you just heard, is very symbolic. We are reliving and we are living. We are reliving the past and living the future. And it is good you are here today with your Odinga family to lay the foundation for this future once more. Thank you very much for coming. I also want to thank very much today for coming here for the political significance of your arrival, Ambassador Olaro Tunu from Uganda. From need, especially for a few guests, whose being here today as we revive of half a memorial hall is very symbolic. Let me also thank Gitu Kahengeri, Mzee Gitu Kahengeri, a veteran of the Mau Mau struggle. I am told that Gitu is about 100 years old, and yet he came here today to make sure that he's present at this occasion. Let us respect Mr. Gitu Kahengeri with our applause. Thank you very much. I also want to thank, finally, I would have thanked you all who have come here, but Mama Raila Mbogo. Mama Raila Mbogo, where is she? She is there. Now, if you know the history of that mama in Nairobi and Iluo politics and national politics, it is good he is here to represent that tradition of valiant women in Kenya who have been part and parcel of this struggle. And finally, the family of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who made it this possible, led by Oburu Odinga, now the doyen of the family, and Raila Molo Odinga, whose family now bears the responsibility of making sure that Jaramogi's legacy lives in the political history of this nation. I welcome you all today. Thank you very much for coming to Kisumu. We are honored, we are pleased. We thank God for the sermon this morning that laid the ground and the road for the future. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Hallelujah. Karibuni Kisumu.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Governor Nyang' Nyong'o. As you know, the Jaramogi family is today remembering Jaramogi and has asked us, all of us and Kenyans of all walks of life, to be here. And after Jaramogi died, Again, from a cultural perspective, it was Dr. Buru Odinga who took over the mantle of culturally and leading the family. In fact, when he was succeeding his father as the MP for Bondo in 1994, he made these remarks that here at home, I'm the leader. But outside there, politically, Raila is my leader. So let me now call the leader of the Jaramogi family after the death of Jaramogi, Dr. Buru Odinga, Atar Komodo, Buru Kabuta Inga Kunja. Karibu.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to this very, very auspicious occasion, a very, very important event for us as a family. And I'm told by Mr. Balawanga that there is a small video, a very small one for 5 seconds, which he wants to play, and then we proceed.
Must be a champion of the social, political, and economic development of the people. It must thus seek to report on the efforts of the people to bring about these developments. The press must indeed go further than this and champion those social, political, and economic systems best suited for the development of Africa. In a nutshell, the press must be involved in championing the correct direction of development in Africa and culture on which African socialism as our ideal without the consent of the total, not only some papers which, when there is anything good about me or good about somebody whom they have selected not to publicize, then that one they will play down and even put it in a hidden corner somewhere. But when something comes bad about Odinga, they will make the headline.
Yeah, that was a statement Jaramogi made in London. There was a scandal which was in the Times in London, and we were there with Othigo Tieno. And Othigo Tieno insisted that Michael Blundell made a statement which was given prominence in the British press, and Jaramogi had the right to reply. And Jaramogi was replying to those scandalous statements which appeared in the British press. That was made in London. And that time I was also around there. That's the time I was going to Russia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this auspicious occasion, as I had said before, and also to introduce members of our family who are present here, the Jaramogi family. I would like them, I'm not going to introduce each one of them individually because there are many. Jaramogi has grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and he has, his wives are still alive. Those wives were in the church. If you saw them, then you would know Jaramogi's choice. Jaramogi was a very choosy person. He had very beautiful wives. Yes, and they are still here, Betty and Mama Susan. Can they all stand? The Jaramogi Karumaindo. The Karumaindo of Jaramogi. Please stand up, led by Mama Betty and Mama Susan there. And Professor King, but she's going to speak. So I don't know whether that is all of them. They are not, that is not all of them. But anyway, those who are not there, Santeni Sana, the members of my family. Now, I just want to also take this opportunity to introduce Mama Margaret Kenyatta and one of the sisters-in-law of hers who was a student with my sisters. They have come here to represent their family. The former president, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, was not able to come. Personally, he has an engagement in DRC Congo, and his brother Muhoho has also sent his greetings to you. He is also away, he is out of the country, and Mamangina, all of them have sent greetings to you. And particularly Mamangina, we have very, very fond memories of her. She was a very good friend of my mom, Mary. She used to call my mom Mary. And when you go back, please pass our best regards to her. Our family has very, very fond memories of Mzee Kenyatta. If you go to Susan's house here in Milimani, you will find a room which was dedicated to Mzee Kenyatta, and that is where he used to sleep. That is where he used to have his security there and himself sleeping there in those very, very good years. And I also want to tell you people who think that there was a very, very big rift between Jaramogi and Mzee Kenyatta. Mzee Kenyatta was respected by Jaramogi, and Jaramogi regarded Mzee Kenyatta to be his hero up to the time of death. When Jaramogi was mourning Mzee Kenyatta, he mourned him as a hero. They disagreed on ideological issues. The disagreements were ideological. Jaramogi believed in one way, he was supposed to deliver services to the people, and Mzee Kenyatta was believed in another one. And because of that, some people are mistaking that that Mzee Kenyatta was against the Luo. Kenyatta was not against the Luo. The disagreement between the families were not tribal, they were not ethnic, they were ideological. And therefore they were genuine ideological differences which should happen in a healthy political atmosphere all over the world. So we appreciate and we'll continue to cement those relationships. We shall continue to if there were any mistakes made by them, we shall correct them. And we shall remain friends forever with the Kenyatta family. We are your friends forever. Thank you and welcome here. Now, I also want to say that this year, which is the 30th anniversary of Jaramogi's demise, this is the year also which marks the 40th anniversary of my mom's death. Unfortunately, I want to tell you that my mother died when Raila was in detention. Some of you don't know how painful it is when your mom is buried. In your absence, you are in prison. We tried to plead with the authorities to release him, at least to just come and say bye-bye to his mom, whom he loved greatly, whom he loved dearly. But they just refused, and they did not even want to the information to reach him that his mother had died. Only Ida found some way of sneaking that information to him, and that is how he got it. But even when we met him 3 months after, they still thought Raila was not aware his mother had died, even though he had already gotten the information much earlier. So when we went to see him with Ida, we were seated and we were telling him that, you know, we lost our mom, and he pretended to be crying, but he had already known. So those are some of the historical things which happened at that time. But you can see Raila, with all those tribulations, being in jail for over 8 years, he's still going strong. Anybody who thinks that, you know, you can see Oburu is still very strong. How about Raila? Just as a child, isn't it? A small child. So that I just want to say that the man we are celebrating today, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, was a very, very committed family man. He was a committed family man, and he was also committed to this country. And when he died, I can tell you there's a time I disagreed with him. I was disagreeing with Jaramogi because I was telling him, Baba, these people have given you too much trouble. You have been in detention, and you came out so emancipated, and you had lost so much weight because of all the thoughts in prison. Why don't you just leave the politics alone and concentrate on your businesses so that you can revive your businesses? But Jaramogi told me that, my son, I have lived with you all these years, but it appears you don't know me. You don't know the real Jaramogi. All those things you are talking about, which called businesses and small things like those, only take less than a quarter of my heart. Everything else goes to the people. That thing you'll tell me to leave politics is my life, and I will not leave it. I will fight for justice, and I will fight for the people of Kenya until I die. That was Jaramogi. Therefore, I don't want to continue much more than that. I just want to thank all the other participants who have come from far and wide to come and give lectures to us this afternoon. And I also want to say thank you very much to Professor Nyang' Nyong'o. Without Professor's heart, big heart, without his generosity, without his commitment to the cause, this occasion should not have happened. All the things which have happened here have happened because of his personal guidance and commitment, and very reliable lieutenant like Abalawanga. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now, who is coming? Okay, thank you. Oh, Moses Kuria. Okay. Okay, I thank you very much. Let the Nini take over.
Thank you very much, Dr. Buru. Na karibu sana, Waziri Moses Kuria. That's why you are hearing commotion. Can you just bring him forward slowly? Let me also recognize Governor Wanga. Let me also recognize Mama County, Ruth Odinga, who was not present when the family was introduced. And as okay. Okay, sir. Okay, I'll give Dr. Buru, as I told you, is the leader of the family. He'll invite the rest of the family.
Now, I would like to take this opportunity to invite my sister, Dr. Akinyi Wenwa, to come and speak on behalf of all the female gender in our family.
Hello? Oburu is taller than me. So, good afternoon, everybody. Please. Hello, I'm talking. Please keep quiet. I'm a teacher. I don't talk when people are talking. Please keep quiet. Keep quiet. Keep quiet. Keep quiet. Yes, keep quiet. Yeah, this is, yes, my name is Wenwa Akinyi, or no, it's not Akinyi Wenwa. Wenwa Akinyi. Of all the girls in the family, I'm not the eldest, but I'm the first of the girls.
Excuse those behind there, can you please keep quiet? Please. This is a very solemn tribute to Jaramogi. Can we please have silence so that we listen to the speakers? Please.
So my name is Wenwa Akinyi, not Akinyi Wenwa. Please, it's not the other way around. And before I talk, I want to introduce my sisters. I know they had already gotten up, but I'm supposed to represent the Jaramogi's daughter. So please stand up wherever you are. I want to also correct, there are people who have been wondering why when you, oh my God, please keep quiet. Mr. Gina, I can see you. Yeah, please keep quiet, everybody, so so that we don't take much time. So a lot of people have been wondering why when you see pictures of Jaramogi's family or earlier life, that it's only us, yeah, my mother's children. It is not because of any discrimination. I want to tell you that a lot of people believe that Jaramogi was polygamous, but he was not really polygamous as such. My first stepmother was married after Oburu was already married. And in fact, my Oburu's son is older than our eldest step or half-sister, who is also called Akinyi Walkowa. So let me introduce. So this is Akinyi Walkowa is the eldest, and by the time she was born, I was actually in Form 3. And Oburu was already married and already had a son. So you can see, and it was my mother's cousin. It's my mother who forced my father to get married again because people were laughing at her, saying she's a very jealous woman who cannot entertain or accommodate a co-wife. And so she brought her cousin and forced my father to marry her. Then, Akinyi Walkowa, that is true. That's true. So then my second stepmother, you've seen Susan. So the daughter is Anyango, Emily Anyango Dumpoda, and she's an MC in Kisumu County. There is Pauline Odinga or Kanyabondo. She's a chief officer of health in Mombasa. And now Nyakamami, my mother's last born, who is also the women rep of Kisumu County. So before I say anything, I'd like her to say something on behalf of the others.
I'm a bit shorter. I'm actually very short. Asante. Thank you very much. On behalf of Kisumu County, I would like to say, Karibuni Kisumu. This is Ruth Odinga, Mama County Kisumu. So you're all welcome. I'm the last, Mama County. Oh, there's the other Mama County, First Lady. You're all welcome, and I won't want to say much. I only want to say one thing. When my brother Buru stood here, he said that he talked a lot about his father. But I want to also say one, that if any of you want to see Jaramogi alive, look at me, from my hair to my toe. My Jaramogi muna no kani. Achal kode kadal mane oburu ji wacho no bure firstborn no buru chal kode. To baba ne wacho ne gani ni ma chal kode en choka cha made nyuol na go mana wuoyi. To kata kamano o ka kodo wiye. Anyako bende ma pod thuona. Donga wiye go. Wan tie wan magore gini pod wagore to juoko ginga be an go. To juoko ginga wachona. Ni 2027 podumo neno mana wuodo Odinga moro kama dhi lido Kenya ka. Ero kamano uru Nyasaye mondo duoko.
Thank you. Thank you, Nyakamami. So there's Tabu. Tabu, can you just get up and wave to the people? Just wave to the people. Tabu Osewe, who's MCA in Kisumu County and is the wife to the late Osewe. I don't know where Aquino is. You have already met everybody else. So let me just say a few words. I'm sure when I'm invited here, you don't want to hear about Jaramogi being a great politician, being a statesman, being a champion for the oppressed and all of that, because everybody has talked about that. I'm sure you all want to know his other life, isn't it? You all want to know how he related to his family and especially the girls. And a lot of times when people, oh please, why is everybody talking? Am I boring? Why are you all talking when I'm talking, surely? It's only a few minutes, just listen. So in church, people have always, Oburu and Raila have always explained how they were baptized using African names. And that Mzee was against European names. And a lot of people mistake. They are saying that Jaramogi hated European culture. That's not true. Jaramogi loved European culture. He loved Indian and other Eastern cultures and other cultures. He just did not like people copying other people's culture when it is not yours. Yeah, so that's what he did not like. And a lot of people have all these myths about him. When I was in school, people would come to ask me that, oh, we hear your father turns into foam, he turns into a fly, he turns into this. And then you get surprised because I was living with him in the same house and I never saw any of those things. Did any of you ever hear those stories about him turning into foam and I don't know what, like soaps, foam and subs and all that? Yeah, or in that... and carrying a dudabiye and all of that. So let me tell you, I want to say something about names. So there's a book which I'm writing, and I've written something about names. People don't know that the rest of us also had a struggle with names. Because most of us were jealous when we had people are called nice names like John, George, Elizabeth, Mary. And you are called, you don't have any of those names. So one time I toyed with the idea of Jennifer, and then I dropped it. So it never stuck. And all of us, except for Raila, all of us at one time or another, took on some European names, but we were too shy to let our parents know. So Oburu, I don't know whether they'll forgive me, but Oburu, when he was in Pehil, he was called John Dennis. He wanted to impress his friends. Yeah, he wanted to impress his friends. I think even girls, especially girls. So Agola was called Barack Buka. And then my sister Beryl was called Jane Alice when she was in Nyakach Girls. But later she went to St. Francis in Mangu and she changed religion. She became a Catholic and then got baptized as Beryl. So that's her real name. Adhiambo did not need to take on any name because she was named after Ruth first. Yeah, so that is her name. So then later on, these three people were baptized, Raila, Oburu, and my father. the Legio Maria people came and baptized them. My father was called Nicodemo Odinga. And Raila was called Joshua Raila. And Oburu was called Caleb. So mine was the most dramatic because when I was going to Kenya High School, Mrs. Caroline Okelo Dongo, she was an African American, but she was also my father's PA, and she took me shopping. So when we went back to the house, at that time it was called Cabernet Gardens. No, it was called Archer Gardens, the present day Cabernet Gardens. So he looked at the list of the school and he said, I don't want these names. When you take her to school, can you cross these names? And he took a piece of paper and said, her real names are Wenwa, Asewe, Opondo, Odinga. Can you imagine? So I didn't think he was serious. Then I go to Kenya High School, and when we finished at the principal's office, she took out that piece of paper and said, I want to change her name. And so my name was quickly removed because I didn't tell you that the name I was using was different. Before I went to Maseno Girls, I called Raila and Oburu and asked them, what name should I take? And then they quickly had a meeting and said the name Roslyn. And I've never had such a sweet name. It was so sophisticated, so nice. So I changed everything. I was called Roslyn Akinyi. In Maseno, everybody there knew me as Roslyn Akinyi. So even when I went to Kenya High School, my admission papers had the name Roslyn Akinyi. Then my father went and my name was changed. So can you imagine? Kenya High School at that time was really, what do you call it? It was a typical colonial school. You know, there are all these school rules, there are table manners, respect your elders, the pudding, with custard and trickle tarts and I don't know what, jam tarts. And you can imagine that environment is where I went with a name like Wenwa, Opondo, Akinyi, Odinga. I have never been so embarrassed. And the class teacher, whenever she was reading the register in the morning, when she reached my name, she would start, Wenwa, Asewe, Opondo, and then she would pause, yeah? And then continue, so that everybody started laughing. Can you imagine what I went through? And all my friends were having nice names, Agnes, Gladys, Jane, sweet names. So much later, I managed to drop some of the names. So I stayed with Wenwa, Akinyi, Odinga, Much later, I managed on my own way to. So we also had our own struggles, but it did not mean that he hated English names or English culture. It was just not our culture, full stop. So I want to stop there. I'm writing a book. Some of these things are in that book. So later on you will be able to read, if at all it is ever published. Yeah. But my mother died almost 10 years ago. That is in November 1984, almost 10 years before. So she's going to be 10 years in November this year. They met at a sports ground called Migwena in Sakwa, a traditional sports ground for Luos from all over Nyanza. And she was a pretty girl, and she was outrunning all the other girls, and he fell in love with her. And later on, he managed to get her. So I just want to request that please, our political leadership, can you people do something about Migwena? Can you develop Migwena to bring it up maybe into a modern stadium or, a cultural stadium? And that's all I want to ask. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now, on behalf of the in-laws, the daughters-in-laws of Jaramogi, I want to invite Minpin, Dr. Ida Odinga to come and say a few words. So Ida, karibu. Min piny.
Hello? Hello? Are you happy? I'm also very happy. All protocols observed. And Didu Taman Chen Kuna Neno Ukena Fwayonu. Today is a very special day because I've been requested to say something about my father-in-law. 30 years ago, by the time my father-in-law was passing on, he had 4 daughters-in-law, were led by Dr. Anoburu. Is Ann here? Dr. Anoburu. Unfortunately, Ann is not here. There was Margaret Agola. Margaret is gone. She's deceased. She's no longer there. And then there was Tabu Osewe, who is here. Tabu is a MCA, elected MCA in Bondo, Sakwa West. And the 4th one is me. So today, this mantle has fallen on me to talk on behalf of Jaramogi. Now, when I got married in that home, that is about 50 years ago. When I got married in that home 50 years ago, let me say, when I first met Jaramogi, I was so scared because I didn't know I was going to meet such a great man. My boyfriend then, Raila Odinga, cheated me that he was taking me for a ride from Kisumu. Nitabwe. Then he took me for a ride and we went on passing some villages and some bushes. Eventually, we arrived in a home that looks really good. The home was well organized. And I asked him, where is this? Then he told me, this is my home. I was so shocked. I said, why didn't you tell me that you are coming to your home? Because I would have prepared myself mentally and even dress-wise. I would have prepared myself. Then I was not dressed like this. But then, when we got there, the next thing he told me, come and meet my father. Who are you to meet the great Jaramogi Oginga Odinga? I was damn scared. I almost fainted, but I didn't. So I met the old man for the first time. He was such a nice person. He talked nicely. And in the end, he gave me, was it 200 shillings? That was a long time ago. And he said, go buy soda on your way. That was Jaramogi. I think from that day, he made very quick arrangements for me to get married. And that's why I'm here, standing here today. Jaramogi, as a father-in-law, was a very, very kind person to all of us daughters-in-law. He used to talk to us nicely. During Christmas, he used to give us gifts. I remember one time, he gave me perfume. I don't know what he gave Anna. By that time, Tabu was not there. He stood by us when things were difficult and when things were good. We used to celebrate a lot in his presence. But I'll talk about myself. During the time, in the early 80s, when Raila was arrested and eventually charged with treason and was thrown there in committee, I went to Jaramogi and I said, do you know what? Do you know he's been charged with treason and I've read what the Constitution says and says the only verdict is death. He laughed and told me, don't worry, those things will not happen. I don't know whether he believed it or he was just trying to encourage me to know that things were okay. That was Jaramogi. He would always encourage me and encourage all of us. There was also that soon after that, he was put under house arrest here in Kisumu. But for the first 3 months, I was allowed to go and see him in Kisumu. Later on, I was barred from even walking on Taifa Road. Taifa Road is that road where his house is. I was given a letter that restricted me from either walking on Taifa Road or driving along Taifa Road or being anywhere near Milimani. Those were the rules those days. Anybody could make a rule and that rule stood. So I was not able to see him. But later on, after that, I lost my job. The first sacking, or the first retirement, 1988. Later on, he told me, don't worry about those people. You know, there are many ways that people can live. You don't only have to be employed to live. There are many things you can do. And he started training me on how to do other things. He started training me on how to manage people and how to manage some businesses. And I still do that up to today. My greatest teacher that modeled me was Mzee Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. I know most of you ask, why weren't you modeled by your father? My father died when I was about 7 years old. So I grew up without a father. I didn't know what the responsibilities of fathers in the homes. I thought my mother was everything, and actually she was everything. But I didn't know that there could be a father. When I met Jaramogi and I became one of the daughters-in-law, he loved me dearly. And I used to say, so this is how those people with fathers feel. I found a father, a real father in Jaramogi. And his passing actually still hurts us up to today. In my speeches, where I work, whatever I do, I always refer to him, that Jaramogi would not do it like this. Or when somebody confronts me with problems, I said, what would Jaramogi say? What would Jaramogi do? He was a great teacher. He was a great father-in-law. He was a great friend. And with those few remarks, we thank God and we pray to God to rest his soul in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Min Peng. She has the record of being the lady who was retired in quotes in public interest twice for being associated with the Jaramogi Odinga family. That was the only crime for her being retired twice in public interest. Now we will go to a documentary on Jaramogi's political life. So if you can bring that documentary, because Jaramogi rose from the village and became a child of the world. There we are.
Jaramogi Ajuma Oginga Odinga is a political giant who straddled Kenya's political landscape like a colossus, both in life and in death. A nationalist and statesman who remains as the greatest of them in the political arena, who stands tall as the great patriot Kenya has ever had and a doyen of opposition politics, betrayed at both of Kenya's momentous political turning points. was a teacher by profession, come businessman and politician, is best remembered as a selfless political leader who sacrificed his personal glory for the sake of the country. When he declined the golden offer that was placed in his hands to become Kenya's founding president, and instead demanded for the release of Jomo Kenyatta, who was in incarceration, to come and lead. This is said to have shocked many, portraying him as a rare breed of politician.
We cannot in any sense be more advanced than our teacher and master, whom I think is much more advanced in political outlook in this country than we are. We are still just in the stages of learning politics from him.
Odinga plunged in the world of murky politics in 1947, becoming a member of the leading lights in Kenya's independence struggle. And when full independence dawned, his efforts and loyalty to the cause were rewarded when Mzee Jomo Kenyatta became president. Jaramogi became Kenya's first vice president. However, the two practiced different political ideologies, and it was only a matter of time. In 1966, 2 years after independence, Kenya's founding vice president Odinga resigned from his position because his principles were in sharp conflict with government policies at the time, which he felt were drifting far away from democracy, which was a grand betrayal to the independence dream. Hence his autobiography, Not Yet Uhuru.
Jomo tended to steer away from what they had promised the citizenry. For instance, the land. The land was actually the big factor in disagreement between Jaramogi and Mzee, because Jaramogi and the other guys like Bill Kagia, for instance, plus a guy by the name J.D. Kala, all these are dead. They were very strong supporters of land being distributed to the citizenry.
Kenyatta called Jaramogi, and Jaramogi went to Gatundu. It was about evening. Kenyatta took Jaramogi, told him, follow me. Kenyatta was in his car, Jaramogi was in his car. But ile mali nyingi hapa kwa Thika. Samba ya mzungu ilikuwa kubwa na minai. So Kenyatta told Jaramogi, we have fought for this country, and we must share things. On the far left, hii masamba na ngome kubwa takuwa yako. Mimi itachukua upande huu. And Jaramogi said no.
The Rubicon had been crossed and political battle lines drawn. Jaramogi and his big team of associates formed a new party, Kenya People's Union, KPU, which the government could not tolerate and was proscribed in 1969, a situation was by the infamous 25th October 1969 Kisumu massacre. The relationship between Kenyatta and Jaramogi was beyond repair, but Odinga stuck to his political principles of championing for democracy despite being put under house arrest. The two were never to meet again until 1978 August, when President Kenyatta died. In his true democratic traits, Odinga went to State House, Nairobi, to mourn his one-time bosom friend, and he did so with respect as per his Luo culture when mourning heroes. Many years later, the sons of founding fathers closed ranks between the two families.
None of us is going anywhere. Those who win and those who lose, we must all at the end of the day join hands and work together for our country.
I remember on that day when Mzee passed on, Jaramogi went to State House and carrying the flag whisk. He then went and invoked a very, very passionate Taj in Luo. Ewoi gimicha mari gimodong kirkige. Choge jogi. That is very deep. That was a statement of the friendship that had been.
Exit Kenyatta, enter Moi, and the doyen of opposition politics was not relenting. He joined forces with other political heavyweights, civil society groups, lawyers, the church, university lecturers and students in agitating for return of multi-party politics in the 80s. This remains as the darkest period in Kenya since independence. The period that was punctuated with detentions without trial and murders in prisons. The darkest phase whose morning came in 1991 when Section 2A of the Constitution was repealed, opening doors for current multi-party democracy. After years of shedding blood and sweat in trenches, Kenya's second liberation had been delivered. Many paid the ultimate price. Some, like Charles Rubia, lost their voice while in detention. Kenneth Matiba suffered a stroke that he never recovered from, while for Jaramogi, his son Raila Odinga was detained without trial for 9 years and could not be allowed to attend the burial of his mother, while the likes of James Orengo went into exile and Koigi Mwere holding the record of the longest-serving political detainee of 13 years.
They tell you, that you utazungumuza. Some, cane you on your feet and very tender places, particularly Kisigino, this part which we call malleolus. It's very painful. And this part of, you are very, very painful. You cry, and so you cry until then you find you cannot cry. That you will talk. You will talk. You've been pretending that you're Jaramogi Oginga Odinga's personal physician. That is not the only work you are doing. You are involved in calendar-style organizations to overthrow the government. I say, no, I don't know about all these things. Don't you know Mwa Kenya? I say, no, I don't. If you don't know, you'll tell us, you will know. Likely after that beating, you see, they dressed me up because you cry until you cannot cry. Because you are beaten, but you don't feel the pain.
On 2nd August 1991, the team comprising of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Philip Gashoka, Ahmed Bamariz, Salim Ndamwe, Masinde Muliro and George Nthenge formed the first opposition party in Kenya, but KANU regime had outlawed the outfit. The six, led by Jaramogi, had a supporting cast of young thugs that included Gitobu Imanyara, Mohisa Kitui, Raila Odinga, Paul Mwite, Anyang' Nyong'o, Joe Ager,
chama safi kinachozingatia yale yote mambo mema na mazuri. Lazima tuangalie kwamba tunasafisha, na kusafisha sio kusema kusafisha na kuna Ford ndani yake. Kitu mimi nauliza nyinyi leo, ili tuone hawa walio katika siasa, wale walio watumishi wa serikali, sisi tuseme kwamba tufungue, tuondoe ile section ya katiba ya Kenya ya 2A.
Upon sensing defeat from the gathering storm politically, an internal power struggle over leadership of Ford was engineered by KANU, with opposition luminaries falling into the trap. And in August 1992, the giant Ford split into two. Ford Asili that was led by Kenneth Matiba, and Ford Kenya that was led by Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. All the efforts of years of a bitter struggle went down the drain.
Ford was Matiba and Jaramogi disagreed. I was in Ford myself because I came from a station earlier than Matiba. I was positioned in Ford. I was a fundraiser and I raised a lot of money for Ford under Jaramogi then. But when Matiba came out, Matiba refused to accept Raila Odinga as the only Ford candidate for president.
It is the Jaramogi Odinga faction of Ford that had a vision for Kenya. Jaramogi Odinga represented not the Marxist, because Jaramogi was never a Marxist. A people's approach to development, and it was natural given my participation in university politics and my time at the Nairobi Law Monthly that I would identify with Jaramogi.
What were the reasons that Matiba felt it can't be Jaramogi?
Matiba was, truthfully speaking, just stubborn.
The issue of ethnicity reared its head, which wasn't there when we were fighting for the second liberation, and which we knew retired President Moi had used very effectively to hold on to power. Mwai Kibaki, who never participated in the second liberation, soon as Section 2A was repealed, he forgot about the Mugumo tree and the razor blade and formed his own party. Okay, post-revolution. Then, my dear friend Matiba, who we had agreed, let's leave it to Jaramogi because of his contribution.
Serious students of that period of Kenyan history will definitely see the government hand. That was the only way that Kenya was going to come back and rezone the country into areas along which they would vote.
One of the enduring regrets is that as soon as Section 2A was repealed, the ethnic rivalry reared its head.
So the dreams, the aspirations of the people die. Of the founding generation, the very few led by Jaramogi remained true to that calling.
Yes, I felt pained that the principled stand we had taken was now overrun.
Once again, the country's greatest patriot was betrayed by the people they had fought together for another phase of liberation. Down but not out, the doyen of opposition politics contested presidency in December 1992 general election. Obadia Adonija Jaramogi Ajuma Oginga Odinga had shot for the moon, but missed the political jackpot and landed among the stars, becoming Kenya's first official opposition leader. But as fate would have it, on 20th January 1994, the 83-year-old veteran politician took his final bow, signing out of Kenya's political scene with the third and thunder. They had been elected together in parliament, with his son Raila Amolo Odinga being member of parliament for the popular city constituency Lang'ata, while Jaramogi was representing the rural constituency of Bondo and was succeeded by his son, Dr. Oburu Oginga. 30 years later, Raila Odinga, who became Kenya's second prime minister, is still flying high the opposition flag. Dr. Oburu is the senator for Siaya County. Their sister Ruth Adhiambo is Kisumu County woman representative. while granddaughter Winnie Odinga is Member of Parliament in the East African Legislative Assembly. Jaramogi might be long gone, but his political shadow is still large in Kenyan politics, even in death. A doyen who reigned but never ruled, a man who put the country's interest first at his own expense.
Indeed, Jaramogi's political shadow still looms, and in oral tradition, a generation is 30 years, and we are celebrating Jaramogi's 30th anniversary. The governor of Kisumu, that Mzee Gitu Kahengeri, who will be speaking here, is 100 years. Honorable Fred Omido, who is also going to speak, of 90 to 120 are here. So are the youngsters who are mentioned, who fall between. And then there is the 1 to 30 who are just learning to know him and to represent.
From Kijivu, Africa. Jokanyanam. Wer mato kisungu dendo manani. The song of freedom. Oswayo to dendo ni wimbo wa uhuru. Nolo sone joping kichuny achiel kendo notelo ne oganda ki Jaramogi ineriek mokalo. Jaramogi lives, our father, a son, a grandfather, a hero. A legend.
And the reason why I'm going to invite the care of the Luo is that Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was the East Africa was basically dispersed in different countries. So if you go to Ethiopia, there are the Shilluk and the Anuak. You go to Uganda, there is the Langi, there is the Lur, there is the Choli, that Dr. Laro Tunu will be able to tell you. Then we have the Southern Luo. And what Jaramogi and group were trying to do was that, can we unite again once again? The institution of care, which is basically the cultural leader, was started in 1953, and the first care was Jaramogi Odinga between 1953 and 1957, when he relinquished the position to go and join LegCo. He was succeeded by Joel Omer, who is the father of Phoebe Asio, who served between 1957 and 1964. Joel Omer was succeeded by Dr. William Ouko in 1965, the father of the former Auditor General Eddie Ouko. Dr. William Ouko was succeeded by Paulo Mboya Akoko, he of the fame of the Luo Kitgigi Timbagi, basically Luos and their beliefs and traditions, who served until 1981. And in 1981, most of you will remember when Daniel Arap Moi wanted to deal with Gema, he decided to ban all tribal associations. And therefore the Luo Union was also banned, including Abaluya Football Club, including Luo Union, including Luo Stars, including Abe Ngo. They all went. And therefore the institution of care in Luo land went into slumber. It took nearly 16 years when the patron of the Luo Council of Elders, Raila Odinga, together with other elders of the Luo community, decided to revive that institution. But now not as the Luo Union, now as the Luo Council of Elders. And therefore from 1998 to 2001, Adalo Tuko, the first ambassador to Soviet Union, Kenyan ambassador to the Soviet Union, became the kid. He was succeeded in 2000 shortly by Koyo Opieni. Thereafter, Koyo Opieni was succeeded by Riaga Ogalo. Riaga Ogalo was then succeeded in 2010 by Willis Opio Otondi, who served until his demise last year. And now the ninth Ker, whom you saw speaking about Jaramogi, who was an aide to Jaramogi, who today here in Ofaf, the 30th anniversary of Jaramogi, I'm sure Jaramogi is watching down and saying that Odungiran, you have become K. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the ninth K, Odungi. Comes, they usually do a Shiguya, a Jiki Kodiam. Okay. Okay. All right.
Studio. Maji kikodhiamo. Studio. Studio. Owinjore maber. Waket gini. Mondo studio mondo los gino. Yo luobe. Dine Otinga dakne oduogo. Killed Fafa in November 1954. They killed Fafa in November 1954. The treasurer of Luo Union in East Africa. And Ajuma began to mobilize for funds to build and immobilize Fafa Memorial Hall. And the people baptized him Jaramogi, symbolizing his dedication to perpetuate Kenya, Namlolu nyaka Turkana, Busia nyaka Mombasa, Dhumo Chache Odubura, Midendo ni bunge. Iwacho ni Kenya is marrow by thorn, whether you kiss me. Julube uparo Fafa maneni Kisumu, Dinengo ginga Juma thon Jaramogi, Juma thon Jaramogi. Julube uparo Fafa kakanyogi duanye. Julube uparo Fafa kakanyogi duanye. Dinenga molo tinga dakne oduogo. Dinenga molo tinga dakne oduogo. Lingany mari pa kokeu kagua. Ngero mandi konino teto huru. Raila se kedo muguro constitution 2010. Tomari mwaja migundi adwarolo chakfarotaj. Pamolo, the legacy, Oramo, Muke Gitiende, Yajoko Nagi, Walura Guambo, Eromwate, Nikaj Pino Seru Jokanyanam, Nindbayom, Nindbayom Unorengo, Waparigi Morgi Sigalagala. Pinyo siko toksike dongo okchwadi gi kede arwako raka mane ke chigni adek mabiro angena molo dhie wi loch Jowi ojo ure cholo kawo go rabo do komisa koda the head am the money nyaka kwa kote kwat jokalwangni ajiki kodhiam.
Okay, now we will have the care of the Luo.
Erokamano ganda Luo. Jotendwa duto mag siasa mochopo ka. Jodongo duto mag Luo mochopo ka. Odiochieng' ma kawuono en igni 30 nyaka nako osiepna miluongo ni Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Adwa wuoyo kuome matin. To kase wuoyo matin, to adwa dhume matin. Jokanyana muyie, oganda Luo uyie. Akora wachonu kama. An mabedo kane an ker mar ochiko. Oginga Odinga ne en ker mochakore 52 nyaka 57 ka koro dhi elejiko. To Oginga Odinga wang'ere go maler higa mar 58 kasomo gem. Nyaka kawuono osebudho. Nyaka kawuono achope nyasi mar Jaramogi mar hige 30. Adwa wacho du kama. An mawuotho gi Jaramogi, awuotho kode ber, awuotho kode rach. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga ne ng'ama ber mokadho ber gi ber. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga an munena kane university madhieni jidhi adhiya to an adhi university mar Jaramogi. Oginga Odinga wuon en university e dende kanyo. Kanye makadhe makoro miya lokora dhano. Jaramogi momiyo abedo ker makawuono. Awacho duk adier. An Oginga Odinga omiyo achope kuonde mane ok anyal chope. Higa mar 67 Jaramogi okona nodungi randa atwa teri mondo idhi mosi e pop Uganda. Obote wuotho Oginga to an e bathgi ato ne ok ka moso pop Jaramogi no moso pop kandi higa moro ka biwachonu Jaramogi miya moso Nyerere go bote ka but jumbe matuthu kata numos jogo jobabi jomose moso jogo kubuka tin moloyo omiya wajudu ngamilugo no Gingo Odinga Jaramogi okeo gwa jare alot kibur ne ngama lich miwuoro to kata kamano dini pogo tho ni to jake ko cheladongo da kwa Jaramogi ni mi athoni kun cheli ni tho gi kwa chelo ke Jaramogi no wa ewe agiyele mabor oganda lu kama uchoko ruwe kami arwako ute arwako geni mochopo te takwa joluo duto mantie joluo mo Kampala joluo mo Tanzania joluo mo Zambia nyaka Chad kata Cameroon joluo riwriyo begi moro achiel joluo riwriyo begi moro achiel nikech gima wadwaro pok wayudo to wadhi yude higa mar 2027 jokanyamno ga wiye donga wiye ka ok luwo bang'a molo wunyalego to ulal luw bang' Raila to udhi yudo gino higa makoro ane kerni nyoja leko Jaramogi juma mokadho konyisa ne luka to nyis Raila ne mondo luyone tel mondo wakadhi yono wadhi kocha Jaramogi ni Raila ni bedo president mari ngama biro jokanye na muyie kora kwa uduto kanyal bo gi weche tadwa somo luwe weche matin mana ndiko kuom Jaramogi kech bana keto gi dholuo mondo ka koro waka tawaju ng'e malongo ni abe na university ma Jaramogi mopuonja gik mang'eny matune na tawala ga piny kali nyako mobedo kanya wang'aya ni kodero jasungu no biro gi wuon mare to Jaramogi okona ni wuoth gi uda ero ni eri mondo yud gi modwaro na wuotho gi wuon nyako ni magiko ne wuon nyako no bedo jakor ma Kisumu county ka omiyo aduoko te kada nyako ni ero kamano ne nyawang'aya dhi anyime to moloyo oganda luo makuti Raila matek kigugo tiende chwe remo oganda luo mobarogo gibiro duogo akwayo oganda luo mondo obedie otachien e batha kola cham koni aneno siemna machon gitu kaingeri bada koni aneno Fred Omido bada koni aneno Mama Jal Mogo ni eri ndalo moko noriebo ng'ato moko lo bahati modwoko gwenge donge ne umor godo jokanya namni umor akoro ero kamano uru aselandonu aneno familia majo wa Kenyatta kapod kamiluongo ni Gatudu poten Jaramogi notera mina chieme dalano koro jo Kenyatta manka kowne ujo wa Kenyatta mos gi Mama Ngida bad Nyasaye ogwedhnau mar biro irwa This is a historic day celebrating the life of a hero, a nationalist, a man whose life impacted and changed not only the history of Kenya, but Africa and of course the whole world. I will only highlight certain silent features on Jaramogi's life, as his biography can fill books and books. I knew Jaramogi Odinga in 1958 at a tender age. As his youth, he was a simple and truthful person, what I would call modest. I loved the family, he loved the family and the nation of Kenya, for which he spent his entire life. Struggle for independence and later for justice, truth, and the rule of law. This latter attribute caused his freedom, happiness, and even his life. At independence, Jaramogi fought with the slogan, "No Kenyatta, no Uhuru," meaning Kenyatta had to be freed before Kenya would attain her independence.
Indeed, after detention, Kenyatta became the first Prime Minister of Kenya, and him, the Vice President. His fight did not end with independence, but as history clearly records, forces of doom and imperialist agents within and without the government forced him to think of an alternative route to his ideals. In '66, Jaramogi formed an opposition party, KPU, to champion his political agenda. After the infamous Limuru conference, things would change dramatically, but he was never deterred. In spite of his detention, along with his allies, he would walk back strong to champion a second liberation. But Kenya, along with other freedom fighters, notably young Turks, Jaramogi, the nationalist, supported education of Kenya across the country, culminating in airlifting several students to Europe and America. In health, he inspired and participated in building several institutions in Kenya, including the present Jaramogi Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital. In agriculture, Jaramogi's hand and legacy remain large and loud, especially in the establishment settlement scheme across the country. Finally, his legacy will not be complete until you read his widely published and readable biography, Not Yet Uhuru, where he narrates his entire life through birth, social life, cultural leadership as the first Luo kid, and many more. May I thank the entire family of Jaramogi Odinga and Luo community at large for this special honor according to a great world citizen on his 30th anniversary after life. May peace be with you, Kero Dungeranda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As Honorable Fred Omido is being brought, I want to thank our international speakers. I know you have been with us. That is Professor Throop in Washington, D.C., John Kamau in Toronto, and Professor Mason, also in the United States of America. We really appreciate that you have been online all this time, but we are running late in the program, so please bear with us. We shall come to you. Ladies and gentlemen, the man being brought and seated is Honorable Fred Omido from Maragoli. I can see Amos Wakorili saying that one is ours. Honorable Fred Omido was a close friend of Jaramogi, and he served in the city, starting with Bahati, that later became known as Makadara, and he served for a record 15 years. He's now 99 years old, but when you hear him speaking, you'd think a 30-year-old is speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Fred Omido, take the floor. Kelele imezidi hapo nyuma. Can we please have silence, hapo nyuma? Please, if you are in here, please let's be silent so that this particular entrance, please. Tunasherehekea historia
ya mtu ambaye hatutasahau maisha yetu katika historia ya Kenya. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga alinikuta mimi bado nikiwa kijana mdogo, na nilipokuwa nikiongea akasikia maneno yangu, akanishika mkono, akasema wewe ni mmoja wa watoto wangu. Tumekuwa marafiki wa dhati. Hata Oburu aliyekuwa akizungumza hapa, mzee aliponitengenezea nafasi sisi na wengine kwenda kutembelea Urusi, alinituma kwa Oburu. Oburu alipojua nimefika, akatengeneza nafasi kwangu kwenda kuhutubia wanafunzi wa Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania waliokuwa katika Lumumba University. Nikahutubu kwa hao vijana, Oburu akiwa bado mtoto. Kwa hivi mkisikia miaka 99 ambayo nimefika, nimejifunza mengi kutoka kwa Jaramogi. Jaramogi alikuwa mtu wa kweli, na alikuwa akisimama na neno lake. Atasimama hata iwe magumu, hata iwe nuru, hata iwe giza, atasimama na ukweli. Na ukweli huu ndio ulibadilisha Kenya. Wengi waliokuwa wakimfuata walirudi nyuma, lakini wale waliosimama na yeye imara kidatu, wakasimama imara na yeye, ndio mabadiliko mengi yakaanza kuja katika nchi. Watu wa Kenya walisimama na yeye. Wakoloni walipomfinya, walipomdharau, walipomtesa, hakukubali kuteswa kushinde maelekezo yake. Shida alizopata, hakukubali shida zile za binafsi zizuie njia yake ya kupigania haki ya watu. Wale waliokwama njiani walibaki njiani, Jaramogi akibaki akiendelea. Na watu wa Kenya, kama mnataka kukomboa nchi, kama mnataka kukomboa nchi hii, kama mnataka kurudisha nchi hii kwa mwenendo wa demokrasia, lazima muwe watu wanasimama pamoja. Lazima muwe watu wa kweli. Lazima msimame na kiongozi ambaye anaona nchi inakwenda wapi. Kiongozi ambaye anaona matatizo ya wananchi yako namna gani. Naona rafiki yangu, sijui nimuite kijana yangu, gavana wa Mombasa. Tulikuwa na baba yako, tukiungana na Jaramogi, tukipiga vita hii ya kuleta ukombozi. Nakumbuka hata alipounda KPU, tulisimama sisi tunataka kupigania viti vya bunge na kwa counties. Zilikuwa zikiitwa municipalities. Tumekwenda, tumehand over documents zetu, tunataka uchaguzi. Tumengoja nje, tumeweka ndani makaratasi kwa registrar. Kijana mmoja katokea huko nje, akaja akaingia ndani. Dakika 2-3 akatoka, akasema all KPU candidates have been disqualified. All KPU candidates have been disqualified. Tulishtuka. Lakini Jaramogi akaja akasimama, msife moyo, endeleeni na vita, ni vikali. Kuna mabonde na mashimo, kuna miiba ndani ya njia, kuna shida ndani ya njia. Simameni imara kutoka hapa, twende tueneze injili. Injili ya ukombozi, injili ya haki, injili ya ukweli. Tulisimama na yeye, alisimama imara. Na ninafurahi na shukuru, amewacha vijana wake wawili ambao wanasimama kwa njia hiyo. Naona Raila Amolo rafiki yangu sana, na mimi humwambia siku zote asife moyo. Wakati mwingine niliota anaimba mbele nina endelea, ninazidi kutembea, maombi yasikie, ewe Bwana unipa, ndishe, ewe Bwana uninue, kwa imani nisimame, nipande milima yote, ewe Bwana unipandishe. Atapanda, Raila atapanda. Kitu tunachohitaji ni kusimama imara nyuma yake. Wale wenye kupeleka matumba mbele tuwaache, lakini tuwaombe wapate kutubu. Hata Zakayo alikuwa juu ya mti, na Kristo alipofika pale akamwambia Zakayo, na kuona teremka, leo wokovu umefika kwako. Tunataka hata Zakayo ateremke kutoka kule, ajue kwamba nchi inakwenda mbele. Watu wa Kenya, tusishangae tukiona yanayotendeka. Tunaona yanayotendeka, hiyo funzo kwetu kwamba katika mwendo huu, katika safari hii ya kwenda katika maendeleo, ya kwenda katika amani, ya kwenda katika furaha, ya kwenda katika ufanisi, si safari rahisi. Ni safari ngumu, na inahitaji watu kama Raila ambao wanasimama imara, ambao wanasimama juu ya kweli, baada ya mateso, baada ya vitisho, hata kuambiwa atapelekwa mbinguni. Hakutishika. Bado anawaambia watu wa Kenya, kujeni, twende mbele, tuungane pamoja, tupige vita, tupige safari mpaka tulete ukombozi tena. Nyinyi kila mmoja wetu anao wajibu wa kusimama kuendesha neno hili, kuendesha injili hii. Na mimi binafsi nimeota, nikaona Raila anasema mimi ni viatu hii, naona nimpe mtu mwingine. Naona katika Kenya hakuna mtu bado anatosha viatu vya Raila. Katika Kenya nimeangalia, na mimi nimeambiwa mimi ni miaka 99. Kwa hivyo nimeona mengi, nimeona viongozi wengi, nimeona wengine wakija wakianguka, wengine wakipeleka tumbo mbele, wanasema nawakilisha watu, na tumbo yake ndio anawakilisha. Lazima tukatae hawa, lazima tuwakatae, tuambie safari yenu imefika mwisho. Safari tunayoanza ni safari mpya ya kuelekea katika ufanisi, katika maendeleo, katika amani, katika furaha. Mhubiri alipokuwa akihubiri katika injili kanisani, nilisikia maneno yake sana, na mimi naamini kwamba Jaramogi mahali alipo wakati huu anaangalia kutoka juu, akiangalia wana wa Kenya jinsi wanavyoteseka, jinsi wanavyotaabika, jinsi wanavyoshangaika. Anaona Jaramogi akisema, wana wa Kenya, simameni imara kama mimi nilivyosimama imara. Asema, wana wa Kenya, fueni bidii, simameni imara, vueni viatu, twende hata kama ni miba, tukanyage miba, tuelekee safari ya ukombozi. Mungu awabariki kila mmoja wetu.
Asante sana Mzee Omido. Now we want to go to the keynote address, which shall be delivered by 3 eminent persons, and I want them to come to the podium. Professor Nyang' Nyong'o, Professor Michael Otunu. As they come, there is a tribute by Ambassador Patrick Hayford, who was Ghana's High Commissioner to South Africa in the last 2 years of Raila's leadership, after which he became the Director for Africa in the executive office of United Nations Secretary General Kofi Annan. He says that Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was a true African statesman and patriot, a giant of the anti-colonial struggle and one of the founding fathers of modern Kenya. Today we commemorate and celebrate his courageous, steadfast commitment to upholding and preserving the essence of our identity, culture, and value Africans. Everywhere he went, he made a lasting impact. Such was the sheer force of his personality. Oginga Odinga spoke boldly and loudly for Africa, locally, regionally, and internationally, becoming a powerful advocate for the freedom and dignity of the black man. We will always remember and commemorate his immeasurable contribution and his extraordinary legacy. May his great soul rest in perfect peace. Signed, Ambassador Patrick Hayford. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the stage in which we are going to have our keynote address in a unique way. And before us here, we have three great Africans. The first to speak will be Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, who for the moment he's here now will remove his governor's hat and will wear his academic hat. He's not only been my mentor at the university in the Department of Political Science, but he's written a lot on politics and political economy, but he's also become a practitioner, and during the Ford days, he was the executive director of Ford and later Ford Kenya, and he was also one of the advisors of Jaramogi Odinga before he became a member of parliament and later became the senator of Kisumu and finally governor of Kisumu. Professor, I think you will start and then I will introduce Michael, or you want me to introduce all of you? Okay. The second speaker will be Professor Michael Chege. Professor Michael Chege and Professor Anyang' Nyong'o are like Siamese twins. They teach political economy, and during the heydays of the 1980s, when there used to be public lectures in the University of Nairobi's Taifa Hall, Professor Nyong'o and Professor Michael Chege were regular speakers. They've also been together when Professor Anyang' Nyong'o was the Minister for Economic Planning. Professor Michael Chege was his advisor. So you can talk of two gentlemen who are a loaded combination. Joining them is again one who combines very well with them. And Dr. Olara Otuno with Professor Nyong'o go way back to Makerere. He became the foreign minister and has been a diplomat of the Uganda government. He comes from the community of the wider Luo in Uganda. And Dr. Olara Otuno can give you the credentials of Jaramogi as a Pan-Africanist because he has a living memory of what Jaramogi was doing for the greater African nation. Now that I've introduced them, I won't come in and they have a modus operandi in which they'll keep on handing the relay baton. Professor Nyong'o, you are first on the floor.
Thank you very much, my friend Adam, Prof. Thank you very much, the family Jaramogi who arranged these things today, inspired it, and all those who have come. Less than 5 years into flag independence, the doyen of social democracy, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, penned his autobiography, Not Yet Uhuru. Matters have since gotten worse. The masses in Kenya can hardly breathe, Across our land and nation, disrespect for human dignity reigns. There are families surviving on 1 meal per day. Healthcare for all remains a distant dream. Many parents cannot afford school fees. Place their homes on charity. Kenya is now rated one of the most unequal societies globally, with an annual rate of growth that provides little hope that our nation will provide a place to feel at home for all our people. Just before independence, Jaramogi told the Nyapara of colonial rule, and I quote, "Kenya is Marwa," which means Kenya is ours. Perhaps he spoke too early, for it didn't take long before Fanon's Rachel of the Earth foresight on the pitfalls of independence without a truly progressive and nationalist ruling class was demonstrated as from one country to the other in Africa through military coups. The new and productive African ruling class, who are only interested in the power and the benefits of power, have continued to enrich themselves and not look after the plight of the poor, which is the major cause of state failure today. One of the things that Jaramogi was committed to liberate Africans from. A generation has found itself landless and homeless even 60 years after independence. Many still live as squatters in overcrowded former Mau Mau villages and informal settlements in Kenya. Jaramogi was earnest when he wrote his book, Not Yet Uhuru, boldly stating that, and I quote, "The struggle for independence is not just about freedom from colonialism, it's also about the struggle for economic, social, and political justice for all." He was categorical that the struggle for independence, I quote, was about improving the lives of all Kenyans. As long as there are downtrodden people in the nation of Kenya, the struggle for liberation in Kenya, as elsewhere in Africa, remains urgent and an imperative. That struggle is still urgent and imperative even today. Vice President Jaramogi Oginga Odinga witnessed it all. The scramble for post-colonial or colonial assets, the rapid transfer of public property to private hands, and the rise of an authoritarian presidential state. He saw individuals and some former nationalists troop to the seat of power in pursuit of special interests. He saw firsthand the seeds of present-day major graft planted and the disdain for the citizen displayed among the ruling class. This was not the Kenya Jaramogi had dreamt of. Certainly not. Without shame or sense of guilt, this class accumulated land at an alarming speed, driving poor peasants out of their ancestral homes when it suited them. Jaramogi faced constant intrigues in the ruling party KANU. To isolate all progressive forces, decided to finally resign from the government to form the Kenya People's Union in 1966. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was detained without trial, as you have heard, and the government mounted a witch hunt against all progressive forces. Jaramogi remained unbogable and continued the struggle for multi-party democracy, dignity and social justice, up to his last breath. Exactly 30 years ago today, we fondly remember Jaramogi as steadfast, modest, honest, consistent, a diligent farmer, teacher, mentor, a Pan-Africanist, nationalist, a realist who was earnest in his advocacy for the liberation of the wretched, of the earth in Kenya and elsewhere in the world. Koigi wa Mwere got it right. He said, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was one of the few politicians whose politics was driven by ideology than personal whims, and by a vision that would have been a compass by which he would have led the ship of state had he been president of this country, unquote. To the disbelief of many, Jaramogi hung Kenyatta's portrait on the wall of his Kisumu home. Fighters asked why he would give Kenyatta this honor. He said, and I quote, he had no power to revise history and deny that Kenyatta fought and suffered for the freedom of Kenya. His honesty and respect for history was engraved on his walls, notwithstanding his differences with Jomo Kenyatta. Those of us who led the second liberation struggle have walked in the footsteps of Jaramogi, consistently working with his son Raila Odinga. Jaramogi lives on in the basic structure of our struggle. The Constitution respects and honors, and I quote, those who heroically struggle to bring freedom and justice to our land, unquote. Jaramogi's name and footprint is in it and remains indelible. Devolution, as enshrined in the 2010 Constitution, is a fruit of the second liberation. The preamble recognizes the aspirations of all Kenyans for a government based on the essential values of human rights, equality, freedom, democracy, social justice, and the rule of law. Values that Jaramogi espoused in his life, struggled for, and suffered for. And as I have written elsewhere, that the annals of history in the genesis and evolution of modern nations only has a few visionary leaders who shaped the destiny of such nations at critical moments in history. In the case of Kenya, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga will always stand tall among the nationalists who shaped the destiny of our nation. 30 years on, it's still a long walk to freedom, but we shall get there. Long live Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Long live his vision and inspiration. Long live his words and advice. Noche Tuhuru, aluta continua. I will now hand it over to my colleague and comrade, Professor Michael Chege, with whom I have worked very closely since the 1960s, not just in academy, but also in politics as well. Michael.
Thanks very much, Peter. I would like to begin by expressing my appreciation to the Oginga Odinga family for accepting, for being generous and allowing us to come in and celebrate with you this anniversary of a great African, a great statesman, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Dr. Oburu, thank you very much as the leader of the family. My friend of many years, Prime Minister Raila Odinga, again, always a pleasure to be with you and your family. Let me say this before I go far. I don't want to repeat what everybody has said about the greatness of this man. I want to say something about greater things we have done, which are not yet in the public domain, and which is people like us who should be doing research and bringing them to you as a way of getting him known better and also getting our country to improve the way it does its business better. I was 12 years old in 1958 when Jaramogi stood in Parliament, Legislative Council, and said whatever the British thought about the 14 members who had been elected in the Legislative Council, the true leaders of the African people are the ones you locked up. Jomo Kenyatta, the Kapenguria Six, and the others. I can assure you from my heart, from what I heard from the elders, because we are still in the village concentration camps,
the earth shook. Nobody knew what was going to happen to him, whether he too was going to be locked up or what was going to happen. But I can tell you, it was a moment that raised people's hearts. Today, I want to use this position in my own small way to give back to that moment of happiness which an awful lot of young children in those villages felt as a result of Jaramogi. Not yet Uhuru has been mentioned. Recently, 2 major biographies this past year were published, not specifically about Jaramogi, but which mention him. I think if you can bring the 2. Oh, here they are. 1, it's about the life of Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King, as you all know, was one of the greatest leaders of the last century. An African American, he was there at independence in Ghana in 1957. He knew Jaramogi, he knew Tomboya, he knew this country. He followed each and every development that was going on. This is by far the most important book published so far. 680 pages, his big book on the life of Martin Luther King. You may not know that Jaramogi, and I'll say this a little later, provided the instruments of accession to Kenya to the United Nations in December 1964 as a representative of the President of the Republic of Kenya. Our membership of the UN, the signatory of that document is Jaramogi. This appears here because it was important. Jaramogi travels to Atlanta to speak to the Student Nonviolent Coordination Conference, and a song arose. I don't know this song, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Oginga Odinga. Martin Luther King knows about this because Malcolm X was singing about this when he was talking about Mau Mau in Harlem. So you can see what we know and what you're hearing from here about Not Yet Uhuru is part of the story. Second book here is the book on Patrice Lumumba, by far the best there is now on the death and the murder of Patrice Lumumba. Patrice Lumumba was a person whose life and whose ideas were dear to Jaramogi. He hung his picture in his bedroom. He started the Lumumba Institute. He liked Lumumba's idea. We have Lumumba estate near where he liked to live in Island. This book shows the CIA's mendacity in the murder of Patrice Lumumba, the way he was killed and thrown into an acid tank of hydrochloric acid in Katanga. 2 things here which are important to Jaramogi's life. You will not believe. Martin Luther King was accused consistently by the CIA and FBI of being a communist and of being in payroll of the communists. And that made his life hard. Patrice Lumumba was accused of being a Soviet spy. No. Both of them, like Jaramogi, fought for rights of the people of Africa in big ways, in different ways, in different parts of the world. The only way to make life difficult for them was to accuse them of being allies of communism, of Russia, of China. I feel this is an important aspect when the truth actually comes and is revealed for you to see where we stand. Second point, because I don't want to bore you, I'd like, if you'd like to join me on an interview Jaramogi gave in 1964 when he's being accused of being unlucky of the communists, and a wedge is being drawn between him and Jomo Kenyatta by the British intelligence, CIA, FBI, all those things you are reading in the papers, you see in a moment. If you can please put this video on. I would like you to listen, especially because of the accusations which were being made at the time. Please. Oh no, please, no, go back. Can you put on the video, please? Could you please listen, because it is important to know about how somebody's political life in those days could be destroyed from outside. Please listen.
Bulgaria. He's been Jomo Kenyatta. He's been described as anti-Western and pro-communist, and I asked him what he had to say about this.
Well, let me say that I think those who think of me like that are very wrong indeed. I only laugh at them because they are short-minded and they don't know what they're doing. Why I appear to be pro-East is because the weight has been so heavily overweighted on the western side, because Kenya has been under British and the Americans' influence here is also very strong. And in order to be neutral, I must appear as if I'm pulling the weight in order to balance it towards the east. And anybody who sees me just I'm pulling in order to bring the balance, they tend to think that I go east. But I am, because I must pull towards east in order to bring about the balance. And immediately the balance comes, I can only be proud to tell you that I'm an African nationalist who will always tow what I feel is right for the African people in Kenya and in Africa.
Listen to
them. It's also suggested, reported, that you have a private army and that you've been importing arms for this army. What's your comment on that?
Well, I wish I had it, but at the present moment I'm very sorry that I haven't got it.
Is it true that you have been sending your supporters for guerrilla training in Bulgaria and other communist countries?
Well, not my supporters. We have been sending the people who are thirsty for education from this country to go to all this country to search for education in any field, not one particular field.
Is it your ambition to become president of Kenya?
But that is not for me to judge. Let it be that is it the wish of the people. If it is the wish of the people that I should lead them in any direction, in any way, let them. It will be their own judgment and so on, and not mine.
Mr. Odinga, there's been a lot of feeling in Britain about the deportation of Mr. Beeston. Of the Daily Telegraph. Can you tell us the reasons for his deportation?
But that is known, and I needn't actually elaborate on it.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the point I'm making is this. Nowhere in that interview did you hear any allegation on Jaramogi in his own words about favoring the East. It's about East and West and balancing it. And he says, I'm an African nationalist first and foremost. If you miss that about Jaramogi's life, you'll miss everything. I'm an African nationalist. There is a very strong story which you ought to remember, about the humiliation him and his generation went through when they were young and working in this country. At one point, when he was at Maseno, he was a headmaster of the primary school, the Mzungu who was his boss tells him, "You don't have the brains of my 6-year-old. You black people are sending Mr. Madhu to Legislative Council, but you don't have the brains of my 6-year-old." Story. For African people, it goes way back, the bitterness, the anger, and the humiliation. Let's not forget that before you get into the propaganda. Second point, I had and wanted you to look at this picture here. This is cow in 1952, just before the emergency broke out. I want you to look at it because it's not very clear, but Jaramogi is that circle at the corner there. There's Jomo Kenyatta in the middle. Underneath here, at the bottom, is Dedan Kimathi. These photographs puts Jaramogi, Dedan Kimathi in one place, in one day. But history is not as written, giving us that connection between the two and all the others. There is Kubai at the back, there is Jesse Kariuki, there is Chief Koinange, who was arrested after this. We don't know the identities of all these people. Once we digitize this photograph so that you can see the faces more clearly, we will identify who's here. By the way, Jaramogi is in a suit and a tie. This is 1952. So it tells you how much the transitions are taking place. But there's a story in this and a whole lot of other photographs that you can get. Today, Kimathi occupies a larger-than-life place in our nationalism. No guerrilla leader fights without political backup and without the backup of peasants in society. There is a connection here you will not see in the literature so far. We can do the research and bring it to you if we do it right. The other point I wanted to make before I sit down has to do with the legacy of Jaramogi in ways we don't often recognize. I've just mentioned that it was him who delivered the instruments of Kenya's membership to the United Nations in 1964 after independence. Jaramogi also represented Kenya at the founding of the Organization of African Unity in May 1963. The documents accessing membership of Kenya to OAU, that's Jaramogi's legacy. This coat of arms, again, I would like you to look at it because when you look at the jogo and the axe, I ask students, what does it mean? And they say, well, the jogo was from Kanu, and the axe is there because it shows how strong Kanu was. This jogo and the axe is a legacy of Jaramogi. In Luo culture, when a young man leaves a Simba and is founding his home, he comes to the what? What does he provide? An axe and a cockerel. This is what you're seeing there. And this is the mind at the onset of our independence of this new house which is being built, which must have an axe and a cockerel. You know, I know, I've been taught by masters. If the cockerel and the axe are intact, the following morning, the omens are good. Proceed. And Honorable Prime Minister says, I've got it right, 100%. Thank you. Over there at Langata, where Prime Minister, you've done a great job with former President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta to commemorate the scene of why we got our independence. The night before, traditional leaders from all communities went and performed the ritual of starting a new home. And Jaramogi made sure there was an axe and a cockerel. The following morning, they were intact, which means the omens are good. So don't be discouraged as Kenyans. The chicken was there, the axe was there. And the Prime Minister has built, with support of the President, this museum. Tomorrow we'll go and proceed from there. Thank you very much, Honorable, because that's a continuation of that.
Thank you very much, Mike. You people, more history will come to you as we go by in the years to come. Let me now call my friend Olara Otunu from Uganda, from Lira, Acholiland, a great nationalist in Uganda, a brilliant politician, a brilliant scholar. Thank you.
Omera Dr. Guru, Omera PM Raila, Mama Ida, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, brothers and sisters, Governor James Orengo, my old friend, and Governor Professor Peter Nyong'o, I greet all of you. I have come from Uganda with a strong delegation. There's no time to introduce them to you. We have come to pay tribute. We've come to pay tribute to Wodlamogi, Oteramewa, Lawilwen, Oluma. We have come to pay tribute to him with you. In Uganda, there is great excitement. As we were trekking our way here, we kept receiving messages from people who were wishing us well on this occasion. So PM and Dr. Oburu and the entire family, thank you for organizing this. We thank you. Because of time constraint, I will be very schematic. We grew up in the powerful shadow in East Africa of the figures that you saw in the photograph that Dr. Michael Chege just showed us. Bildad Kagea, Agwin Kodek, Acheng Oneko, Pio Gama Pinto, Paul Ngei. Later on we would add J.M. Kariuki, Taita Towet. We grew up in the powerful shadow of these nationalists. I, of course, didn't know Jaramogi then. I didn't know him in Kenya. But I was very fortunate I would get to know him in New York as his resident assistant. Jaramogi in the early 80s who traveled to New York because he had an NGO registered with the United Nations, and also come to New York to organize to travel to neighboring countries. And I was therefore his resident assistant in New York, and very fortunate to spend a long number of hours with him. I just want to say this. First, Jaramogi could have become a historic president of Kenya. He did not. But he became somebody more important, with an impact more durable, because he led by example, because he led and lived by his conviction. Jaramogi therefore left a powerful legacy for all of us. The second thing I want to say is that I was struck by the virtues, by the attributes that were so self-evident in Jaramogi. His faithfulness to the people, his courage, his sense of duty, his tenacity in the struggle, and very rare, his self-denial. Denying himself in order to serve the greater good of the community. Jaramogi was also, in spite of his suffering for many years, always committed to reconciliation. These are attributes which, in my view, were not accidental. The Luo elders have attributes which are expected of them as Jodito Pacho, and these attributes of Jaramogi come straight from that tradition. May God bless him for all that. Thirdly, I was struck that Jaramogi, among the African leaders, was a deeply rooted leader. Rooted in his own culture, in his tradition, in the history of his people. That is what gave Jaramogi the confidence to be so open and so cosmopolitan and to accept other cultures and tradition and not be threatened by any of that. He made friends all over. You cannot be a great leader in Africa if you are floating in thin air. You have no roots. It's like Okot Bitek's song of Lawino, without that being the authentic voice of his mother, written in the idiom and rhythm and meaning of his own people, it would not have made the impact it did. So in the political arena, Jaramogi was the equivalent. His rootedness made him a more authentic nationalist in Kenya. He made him a more powerful, convincing Pan-Africanist. How I wish that more of our leaders today would have those virtues. Then let me say this. Before Jaramogi, Bobby Marley said and sang, "We cannot sing the Lord's song in a strange land. We cannot sing the Lord's song in the land of not yet Uhuru." Jaramogi particularly provided this dirge, this soul searching, this credo cur, because of the wholesale plunder that some of our leaders are doing to our country. Not corruption. Corruption is a polite word. Wholesale plunder that is taking place. Jaramogi spoke of not yet Uhuru because he was opposed to some of the African leaders manipulating our ethnic diversity and richness to divide our people. Jaramogi never accepted this. Jaramogi said, not yet Uhuru, because he wanted power to be with our people, to elect those that should govern them, and not the string of rigged elections. And Jaramogi said, not yet Uhuru, because he believed in an egalitarian society, a society in which a child from the remotest village in Kenya can become Professor Nyang' Nyong'o. A child from the rural areas and the slum can tomorrow become Dr. Uburu. He believed with all his heart in that, in providing equality of opportunities. So, if we are today celebrating the life and contribution of Jaramogi, are we prepared to be worthy heirs of Jaramogi? Are we, especially address this to the leaders and the intelligentsia, Joma Wangu Yabe? Are you prepared to be worthy heirs of Jaramogi's legacy? to fight the fight that he left midway. It is the unfinished business of not yet Uhuru. Are we prepared to accomplish that struggle? That is the meaning of today's gathering. And if we leave here determined to accomplish the unfinished business that Jaramogi started, then I'll say, what Lemogi, what Kikuch, Oterawa, Yue Kikuch, La Widwuri, We Kikuch, La Wimon, Pien, Wabichobo, what Mamegi, Wabichobo, Luen, my child. So, Jaramogi, rest in peace. This mission will be accomplished. Rest in peace. Apoyo, erokamano.
Aya. Next time you come, Olara, they will be speaking Acholi. Apoyo, erokamano. Asante. Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity just to introduce the governors who are here and to ask Governor Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir to say a word or two on their behalf. We have today with us, apart from the First Lady, who is not a governor, my wife, you are in that category. Thank you very much. Just stand up so that they know that I'm not Bolingo. Thank you. Asante. Governor James Orengo of Siaya. Jim. Thank you very much, Jim. Governor Gladys Wanga of Homa Bay, the indomitable lady. Thank you very much, Gladys. Governor Ochilo Ayako Nyakwarjamogo of Migori. Thank you very much. Governor Simba Arati from Kisii. Wapi Simba? Ako hapa? Okay. Governor Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir, I've introduced you. You will come over. Then we have Governor Gideon Mungaro. Gideon, yuko wapi? He's not here. Then Governor Wilberforce Otichilo. Was he here? Finally, is Ferdinand Baraza here? Any other governor I've not mentioned? Now, I'm sure when Moses Kuria came, you didn't see him. Mheshimiwa Waziri Moses Kuria, a good friend of mine, head of public service. Then I just introduced 3 deputy governors. My deputy governor, Governor Willie. Thank you very much, Matthew. Deputy Governor Joseph Magwanga from Homa Bay. Thank you very much. And Deputy Governor Dr. Joseph Mahiri. Now I'll ask Elisha Oraro, the Deputy Speaker of Kisumu Assembly. The people in Kisumu Assembly here, Nereo Kombo, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ken Oko, please. Majority Leader, Honorable Mumbo Wade, Deputy Majority Leader, and Honorable Aduinyang, Chief Whip. Asante Adui, and finally, Madam Jennifer Obonyo, Deputy Chief Whip. Yeah. Now, finally, can I ask, let me just give a chance to Governor, because it's Nahari, want to catch a plane. Then I'll ask Wandai. Pardon? Pardon? Okay, let me ask Wandai, just a minute. Where's Wandai? Come and introduce the MP, sorry.
Let me, on behalf of my colleague members of the National Assembly, join the family of Jaramogi in celebrating 30 years since his demise. But let me also say this before I introduce my colleagues, that some of us who are too young to have interacted with Jaramogi closely have had the rare opportunity and chance to be mentored by Baba Raila Odinga. And since we have been mentored properly by Baba, by extension, we have been mentored by Jaramogi. And secondly, let us use this occasion to take stock of the gains we have been able to make in the reform journey, and possibly the losses we might have incurred along the way as we march forward. And let me also commit finally on behalf of my colleagues that we are going to remain true to the coast and to walk the journey. Let me just ask you to stand up. As I mention your name, you sit down. But let me start with the national chairman of ODM, the Honorable John Mbadi, who is also nominated MP. We have in our midst, of course, the county leader or MP for Kisumu County, Ruth Odinga. The Honorable Anthony Oluoch of Mathare. The Honorable Bensouda of Homa Bay. The Honorable Adipo Kwome of Karachuonyo. The Honorable Martin, Ward Chief of Niwa. The Honorable Daktari Eva Buyu of Kabondo Eva Obara of Kabondo Kasipul. The Honorable Orero Mwalimu of Kibera. The Honorable Dr. Lilian Gogo of Rangwe. The Honorable TJ Kajuang of Raraka. The Honorable Dr. Christine Ombaka of Siaya. The Honorable Tomo Dege of Nyatike. The Honorable now Rosa Buyu of Kisumu. The Honorable Peter Masara of Suna West. The Honorable Sir Charles Ohondo Were of Kasipol. The Honorable, the indomitable lady Mishi Mboko of Likoni. The Honorable Zamzam of Mombasa. The Honorable Fulangege Badi Twalib of Jomvu, Mombasa. The Honorable Dr. James Nyikal of Seme, who is also the chairman of Duol. The Honorable Oku Kaunya of Teso North. The Honorable Aduma Owod of Nyakach. I have also been asked to introduce the deputy leader of minority, the Honorable Joshua Daktari Joshua Odongo Oron, our host and the MP for Kisumu Central. Of course, Oron must be introduced in a special way. I'm also been asked to introduce the deputy leader of minority of the Senate, who is also the senator for Kitui. He is here representing His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka. The Honorable Enoch Wambua. I don't know if you would come forward quickly as we conclude and introduce. Yes. Of course, Wambua will introduce the senators, including the SG of the party. I also want to acknowledge the presence of all other guests who have come here, including delegations, particularly delegation from Busia County. I saw them here. Hiya, karibu Senator Enoch Wambua. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother, my friend, Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, and the family of our father, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, for hosting us today. Mine will be very brief. Excellency, I come all the way from Ukambani to bring greetings from the people of the Lower Eastern region. Umepokea salamu zao? I am here, Excellency, to also represent the Wiper Party leader, His Excellency Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, who was unable to join us today because he has been invited to the DRC to witness the swearing in of their president. And I know he is there with our president, President Muigai Kenyatta. What I know for a fact, His Excellency, and I know my brother Moses is here, I know for a fact that the government of William Samoei Ruto was not invited in that swearing-in ceremony because they have messed up protocol with our region. Excellency, I will say one thing and I sit down. Sio ni ukweli?
Si tumeambiwa mzee yote alikuwa anasema ukweli. Na sisi tuseme tu ukweli pia. Kabisa. So I have a lot of respect for three people, three leaders in this country. The first person that I truly respect, and that is why I am here on a Saturday, ni huyu mzee Jaramogi Ajuma Oginga Odinga. Because when he had an opportunity to form government and become president of the Republic of Kenya, he passed that opportunity and said, we can never do it for as long as Johnston Jomo Kenyatta is in distinction. Lazima atolewe kwanza, akuje atuongoze. The second person that I have a lot of respect for is our leader in Azimio, Raila Amolo Odinga. Because in the year 2002, vile aliangalia akaona viongozi, they cannot agree on who will form the government of the Republic of Kenya, he turned and said, Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki. And with those words, this man liberated us from the many, many years of dark rule of Kanu. The other man I have a lot of respect for, and that's the man for whom I'm here to bring his things to you, is one Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, who in the year 2013, he shelved his presidential ambitions and stood firmly behind Raila Amolo Odinga. In 2017, he shelved his ambition and stood firmly behind Raila Amolo Odinga. In 2022, he shelved his ambitions and stood firmly behind Raila Amolo Odinga. Those are the three men in this country that I adore and I respect. And I want to say today, without fear of contradiction, that the salvation of this country in terms of political leadership lies in the hands of Raila Amolo Odinga and Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Ya mwisho, the best I want to introduce the senators that are here and perhaps ask the SG of ODM, the biggest political party in this part of the region, not just in Kenya, East and Central Africa, just come and say a word as we introduce the rest of the senators who are here. Senator Safadhali Musime, we introduce you. And I know kuna senator mmoja hajafika hapa leo, na sijui ameenda wapi, na tuko hapa kwao nyumbani. Mmemwona mahali? Ako wapi? Sasa mimi nimetembea natafuta all senators simuoni. Baba, there is one thing we have to do in Azimio. Those leaders that are elected on tickets Azimio na wametoroka chama, political parties now must test every article of the constitution and every section of the law. We must withdraw our sponsorship from those leaders to watupe nje, we go for fresh elections. Hapa mnasema nini? Eji unasema nini? Hapo ni sawa. Asante sana. I will give the honor of introducing the rest of my colleagues to my brother, my friend, Senator of Nairobi, Edwin Sifuna. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wambua. Your Excellencies, because of time, all protocols observed, I have a lot of respect for all of you. Allow me to introduce the senators in the House today. I'll start with our senior. We call him the youth leader in the Senate, Honorable Oburu Odinga, who is the senator for Siaya, youth leader. Thank you very much. Now, the people of Kisumu do not despair, for in the House there is an acting senator for Kisumu County. Anaitwa Beatrice Ogola. She's a nominated senator. She comes from Homa Bay na anafikanga mpaka huku yote. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce also the senator for Migori, my brother Eddie Mwokratego Gisheru. Alafu finally, my chairman of the Public Accounts Committee and the senator for Homa Bay, Honorable Senator Moses Kajwang. Asante sana, Your Excellency. I will say only one thing and sit down. To the family of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, it has been the honor of my life to know this family, to become friends with this family, to walk the political journey with this family, to learn from people who learned directly from Jaramogi himself. Your Excellency, it is not many young people who get the opportunity that some of us have gotten in ODM. That I was mentored by Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, who's my predecessor as the Secretary General of the party. I have learned under the feet of James Agri Boborengo. I have learned under the feet of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga himself. I want to say that this family, God bless you as you continue to make the sacrifices that you've made for the liberation of our country and of our people. And as Jaramogi used to be, I honestly do not know any other politician who would be as selfless as he was, given that opportunity. Given that opportunity, even if it was me, I don't know if I would take the same decision that he took. If they called me today, Your Excellency, and said, Sifuna, you come and be the president, I don't think I will think of anybody else. I will just say, letter your Bible, mini kule kiapo. So he was a very unique person. Your Excellency, with your permission, allow me to recognize members of the county assembly, especially the ones that have come from Nairobi. Just please stand up. Hii ni watu wazuri. Led by our own majority leader there, Peter Imwatok. The chairman of budget, Honorable Odalo, is there. Mama County, Mama Catherine, I can see you. Honorable Perpetua Mbojiwa. Yes. Daniel? Homa Bay. Yes. And of course our speaker. Speaker of the Nairobi County Assembly, Honorable Ken Ngondi. Thank you very much. The governor of Homa Bay has requested that also the members of the county assembly from Homa Bay wasimame. Wawave. Haya. MCAs wa Mombasa, MCAs wote wasimame tu tafadhali. I might not know all of you, lakini mnajua tunawapenda. MCAs wa Kisumu, adui si walikuwa wamekuintroduce. Asante sana. Nani nimewacha? Nani nimewacha? Mombasa. Mombasa MCAs tafadhali wasimame. Haya, governor atafanya wa Mombasa. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. In the interest of time, I will hand over to the governor of Mombasa, His Excellency Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir. Ndugu yangu karibu.
Asante sana. Your Excellency, kila mmoja ameongea Kiingereza na Kijaluo. Mimi ningeongea Kijaluo, lakini dada yetu mkubwa hapa Magi anaweza kuona sijui naongea nini. Kwa hivyo nipeni nafasi niongee Kiswahili tu. Kwanza, Your Excellency, nataka kutambua wale nilikuja na wao. Tuko na speaker wa Mombasa, Harub Katri yuko hapa. Nilikuja na CC wangu na Chief of Staff, lakini kando na hao tuko na county assembly members ambao walikuja hapa as an assembly team. There are almost 20 of them here. Kwa hivyo hapa hii leo, Your Excellency, we have enough quorum for us to be able to make any decision. Ile utatupatia amri tutafanya hapa tu. Of course, I came with my leaders who come from our area, Honorable Badi, Mishi, and Honorable Zamzam. Your Excellency, yale nataka kuelezea yatakuwa ni mawili, na nina sababu kwa nini nitamalizia na hayo mawili. Kwanza, tuko hapa kuweza kusherekea maisha ya hayati Jaramogi, mzee ambaye kwamba alipopatiwa nafasi akaambiwa chukua mskani wa urais, alikataa, akasema hapawezi kuwa na uhuru katika Kenya ikiwa kuna wengine bado wako ndani, akiwemo ni Kenyatta. Walipochukua nchi akawa naibu wa rais. Kwa mtazamo wake ya kwa fikra za kisiasa na nchi inavyokwenda havilingani na yeye, akatoa uamuzi, mimi ni bora niweze kujiuzulu, lakini niweke heshima yangu na heshima ile ambayo kwamba nilichaguliwa nayo iwe juu. Hakuweza kusita kupeana nasaha na kupeana yale mazuri kwa wale walikuwa wanajulikana kama Young Turks. Wala hakushika wale ambao kwamba ni Wajaluo peke yake. akashika watu ambao kwamba ni chipukizi, wale walioko mbele yetu, Orengo, Profesa Martin Shikuku. Mombasa kulikuwa na Bamaris na wengine wengi, Gitobwi, Manyara, wengi kutoka sehemu tofauti ya hii Kenya. Mtu ambaye hakuweza kuogopa kupeana nasaha na kupeana uongozi kwa vijana ambao kwamba walioko chipukizi. Ni lazima maisha haya yaweze kusherekewa. Ndio nikasema, Your Excellency, nina mawili ambao nitaweza kuyataja hapa. Moja, sitaomba ruhusa ya familia. La pili, nitaomba ruhusa ya familia ya Jaramogi. La kwanza, Your Excellency, tupe nafasi tukitoka hapa. Tuna barabara katika Mombasa. Kama gavana wa Mombasa naelezea na natoa amri, kuna barabara katika kaunti ya Mombasa itakuwa na jina la Jaramogi Odinga, iwe katika kumbukumbu ya historia. La pili, Your Excellency, hili nitaomba ruhusa ya familia waweze kukubali. Jaramogi alikuwa si kiongozi wa Wajaluo, alikuwa ni kiongozi wa Kenya nzima. Aliweza kuinua Kenya nzima. Ikiwa leo tuko hapa kumbukumbu ya miaka 30, mwaka wa 31, Your Excellency, kwa moyo mkunjufu, kwa niaba ya watu wa Mombasa na watu wa Kenya, naomba sherehe kama hizi mutupe nafasi kama kaunti ya Mombasa tuweze kuziweka kumbukumbu ya mwaka wa 31, ili mwaka wa 32 nina imani ya kwa kaunti zote 47 zimeweza kupata athari bora ya huyo ambaye kwako wewe alikuwa ni baba wa kukuzaa, kwa Kenya nzima alikuwa ni baba wa demokrasia na alileta yale mengi. Na tusipoweza kuwajulisha wale ambao ni vijana wadogo, kati ya yale alioleta Jaramogi ni huu mfumo ambao kwamba sasa hivi tuko nao, ya kwa yale ya kwanza ya mambo ya majimbo, leo tuko na serikali za kaunti. Kwa hayo mengi, Your Excellency, kwa sababu ya msafara ule ambao kwamba niko nao na wenzangu, kwa moyo mkunjufu nitaomba sikukosa heshima, lakini kwa sababu ya hali ya usafiri nitaomba nafasi niweze kuelekea, na nina imani tutakuwa pamoja wiki nzima hii. Asanteni sana, na kama wanavyosema kwangu mimi Kisumu ni Kisumu dala. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana, Governor. Travel well to Mombasa. Thank you very much. Thank you for the good advice you've given us. Now, the next session of the people speaking us on Zoom. Before they do, can I ask Mheshimiwa Moses Kuria, Waziri Moses Kuria, please come over and at least say one or two things to the audience. I know I welcome you to Kisumu, and I'm not going to let you go back to Nairobi today.
Familia ya Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, Youth Leader ndugu yangu Oburu Odinga, Mama Aida Odinga, Mama Margaret Kenyatta, na watu wa Kisumu, Nyadhuro Untie, Nyadhuro Umor. Nimekuja hapa kusherekea hii sherehe ya miaka 30 for one of my early mentors when I was a young man. I remember as a student leader in the University of Nairobi, I met Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. And I remember we were accompanied tulipelekwa kwa Jaramogi na chairman wetu wakati huo, Mheshimiwa TJ Kajwang, who is here. Pia tulikuwa with our Secretary General, Governor Ochilo Yako, who is here today. Na wakati huo Moi alikuwa amekataa kurejista chama chetu cha wanafunzi cha SONU. Na Jaramogi tulipoenda kumuona akatusukuma mpaka hiyo chama yetu ikakuwa registered. I remember one time TJ Kajwang and myself went to see the then Attorney General, Amos Wako, who was here today. And Amos Wako told me, young man, I understand your position, but my hands are tied. And he could not do anything about it. So Amos Wako, I don't know whether he's still around. He was trying to convince us, just accept to be expelled. Mkubali tu mfukuzwe katika university. Wakati tulifukuzwa kutoka university, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga akapiga simu, akatafuta mtu anaitwa Gerard Otieno Kajwang na akamuamurisha aende mpaka kotini. And I remember Gerard Otieno Kajwang got us an injunction against being expelled at 6 p.m. And that's how I managed to finish my university, courtesy of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Kabisa. Later, when Jaramogi died, I remember we went to Bondo. We went to Bondo to bury Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. And I remember James Olengo almost took over the funeral ceremony with his famous quote of Mark Antony. 1 year later, during the first Teroburu, when we went to Kangoka Jaramogi, and Moi said that there is not going to be live music. Nakumbuka ilikuwa saa 1 jioni. DC wakati huo alikuwa anaitwa Kilicho wa Mai, akatupa tear gas usiku. Nakumbuka tukipitia pahali kuna cactus huko Kangoka Jaramogi, tukiwa na Oburu in a very small hall. So therefore, I come here today to celebrate a legend and to celebrate a part of Kenyan history that shall never be taken away. The challenge we have as we honor Jaramogi today is to be that generation that can make a difference. I believe deep down in my heart that we can relive and relaunch the nationalist credentials that Jaramogi and others lived. It may not be from a monolithic thinking as it was when Jaramogi and Kenyatta teamed up. It may not be from the same political party, but we can have an agreement on things that we can never have a dispute about. We can agree on a set of ideals that brings Kenya together. May God rest Jaramogi Oginga Odinga in eternal peace. Asante sana.
Asante sana, Waziri Moses Kuria. Can we have order in the house, please? Tafadhali. Asante sana. Asante sana. Now we are going to have presentations from abroad from 4 scholars in Great Britain and the US who have studied Kenya very well in politics and economics and who knew Jaramogi as many of us do. So I'm going to request them to take 5 minutes each. I hope the electronics is ready for me to call Professor David Thrupp of George Washington University, He will be followed by Professor John Lonsdale of Cambridge University. And then our brother John Kamau, who is a well-known journalist in Kenya, but currently is doing his postgraduate studies and in Toronto, writes very good articles in the papers, well researched and from archives and so on. And finally, from Professor Robert Mason of West Virginia University. So first, let me request Professor David Throop of George Washington University to come on, please. Please listen to him very carefully. Pay attention as Professor David Throop addresses you for 5 minutes, followed by the others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of the Odinga family, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I only met Jaramogi once when he was campaigning in Kwale in December 1992. And therefore it is a special privilege as a Mzungu to honor him today. I think you can divide his career into 6 phases. First, the period of his education at Messino, the Alliance High School, Makerere, and then back to teach at Messino. And that period demonstrated, I think, his willingness to stand up and challenge authority in 2 famous confrontations with Carrie Francis. First as a pupil at Messino, and then just before he went to Makerere over Carrie Francis's appointment as the new headmaster of the Alliance High School. The second period is, I think, extremely important and underestimated. And that is the period from 1945 until he was elected to the Legislative Council in 1957, when he revived, along with Walter Odede and Achieng Oneko, the Luo Union, and played a pivotal role in the formation of LUTATCO, the Luo Thrift and Trading Corporation. And it was during these years, 1945 to 1957, that he really captured the influence over the Luo community. First, as representative of the Luo, the emerging Luo elite, but also representing the voice of the have-nots of Kisumu, and perhaps most importantly, as the spokesman of the Luo peasantry. It was his critique of soil conservation measures and stocking and cattle dipping, I think, in the 1940s and 1950s, defending traditional peasant principles that catapulted him into the position of Gur and leader of the Luo community, a position that in many respects he was to hold until his death in 1994. The third phase, and the one that we will know about, but which I'm going to talk about perhaps in a little more detail, echoing Michael Chege, is the period of the struggle for KANU, the struggle from his election to the Legislative Council in 1957 until he resigned as Vice President of KANU and Vice President of Kenya to form the Kenya People's Union in 1966. 1958, as has been mentioned, is a pivotal year, pivotal speech, when he says that the real leader of the Kenyan nationalist movement is Jomo Kenyatta, and that the rest of us sitting here in the Legislative Council are really merely his representatives. And Kenyatta has to be released to play his rightful role in Kenyan politics. But that relationship became tested. And as early as January 1964, it was already evident at the time of the Lynette coup in the KAR that Kenyatta had become a little bit more suspicious of Odinga, of the Jaramogi. And that concerned, that suspicion grew at the end of the year on Jamhuri Day, December 1964, when the Kenya National Democratic Union disbanded, was incorporated into KANU, and changed the balance of ideological forces within the ruling party. The 12th of December 1964, of course, is also the date when Odinga took Jomo Kenyatta to open the Lumumba Institute, which was to be a training school for KANU officials. And in May 1965, on the graduation of the first class from the Lumumba Institute, they made the mistake, a fatal mistake, I think, looking back, to seize control of KANU headquarters, to proclaim that the leadership of KANU, apart from Kenyatta and Odinga, had all been dismissed, and to usher in a left-wing platform. That event, May 1965, marked in many ways the end of Jaramogi's personal relationship with President Kenyatta. At the same time, of course, you have the rumors about the Russian ship providing weapons and supplies, being shadowed by the Royal Navy, and coming into the port of Mombasa. In fact, of course, it arrived first in Dar es Salaam. If there were any weapons, they were unloaded, and then subsequently made its way into Mombasa, where it was quarantined, it was searched, government ministers were searched, and so on. And that was the final blow. And we can see that by the issuing the following month of Sessional Paper Number 10, the famous commitment in Kenya to African socialism. And it being quite clear that African socialism in Kenya represented something very different from African socialism and the Arusha Declaration of Ujamaa in Tanzania. It was much more friendly to capitalism. It marked, if you like, the culmination of the final blow to the Jaramogi's standing inside the inner circles around Kenyatta. But having said all that, I want to refer to what Michael Chege said. And I want to talk in particular about the Information Research Department at the Foreign Office and its dirty tricks section, the Special Editorial Unit, which in these crucial years, 1964-65, produced 4 black operations against Odinga. The first of which, in September 1965, saw the publication of a story, Revolution Document in Kenya, in the Daily Telegraph, which had allegedly been issued by something called the People's Front of East Africa, and which alleged that Jaramogi was to be brought to power by a recently formed People's Revolutionary Socialist Party. This story was completely concocted by the British, and it sent out 80 copies, which it hoped would be caught and published in the press. In fact, there was a major story in the Daily Telegraph which wanted to get back at Jaramogi for expelling their correspondent from Nairobi. And there were other fabrications, other pieces of what we would now call fake news, claiming that he was a tool of the Chinese, and so on. The story of British propaganda operations in Kenya is a reminder that the days of a declining empire were not as much pomp and circumstance as deception, disinformation, and dirty tricks. At its heart was an effort by London to continue to exert control over a former colony well after it had become independent. And Jaramogi was the great victim. The 4th, 5th, and 6th phases I won't really talk about, they're well known. There's the KPU phase, 1966 to 69. There's the era of detention and house arrest and the failed political comeback in 1980, 1982. 2 decades, really, of frustration and years of wilderness. And finally, you have the campaign for multi-party politics. If Ford had not split, if Kenneth Matiba had not pulled it asunder, they might well have won. They already had 63 seats in the 1992 election. If you combine Matiba and Jaramogi's vote, it comes to 42% compared to the 36% by Daniel Arap Moi. But in all probability, of course, the election would have been rigged even more. There would have been even greater violence. But I want to end by giving you a thought. If the Jaramogi and Ford had won, and Ford had remained united, and Jaramogi had become Kenya's 3rd president in January 1963, Kenneth Matiba would have succeeded to the presidency on January the 20th, 1994, 30 years ago.
Okay, thank you so much, David. I'm requesting the subsequent speakers to hold on to the 5-minute limit. We shall request you subsequently to send us these papers, even the ones that have been given here today, so that we can have a follow-up publication of this 30 years memorial of Jaramogi. I know we have a lot to say, but it is now 5 o'clock in the afternoon, evening in Kenyan time, and we still have one more panel to go through, so I'll try to make it as short as possible for the remaining speakers. My friend John Lonsdale of Cambridge University, can we hear from you the next 5 minutes? And then later on you can send us your speech so that we can publish it. John?
This meeting is by a distance, and also greatly honoured. And I'm delighted to have heard from the Odinga family, from many distinguished contributors. I will speak very briefly. My former student, David Throop, is not known for his conciseness. I shall be very much more concise than him. I just want to take up what others have said about Odinga's rootedness. I met him once only, a long, long time ago, when I was a research student at Kisumu in 1963, when Odinga, as others, were campaigning. He was very busy, he swept by, I managed to say hello, and that was about it. But the point I want to make is that the person I found most interesting to talk to around Kisumu in 1963 was a wonderful old man.
Recording in progress.
And John Paul Alola was the farmer at what used to be called the native farm at Kibos. He was, I think, Odinga's business mentor in founding the Luo Thrift and Trading Corporation and the bus company. So that Odinga grew up, I think, in an atmosphere of extraordinary intellectual depth and interest, surrounded by people like John Paul Alola, a generation older than him. And I think that Alola, I mean, he showed me cuttings he had made of the East African Standard in the 1920s. He kept up with settler politics. He showed me letters that he had written as an agricultural instructor in, I think, 1914, complaining to the district commissioner that the Luo chiefs were not planting the kind of seeds that he was recommending. Odinga was himself a great man, but he was, I think, the child of great people. And I think that if we really want to understand him, then we need to understand a great deal more and record a great deal more about how the Luo themselves responded in such an extraordinarily creative way to the challenges of colonial rule. I want people like John Paul Alola to be remembered as much as Odinga. With that, I will hand it back to other people who remember very much more about Odinga than I do, a man I have always admired. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much, John. Very much like you, concise and to the point. Please say hello to your colleagues in Cambridge. Now let me turn to John Kamau. John is a journalist, but currently is doing his postgraduate work in Toronto. Has done a lot of archival work on Kenyan politics and economics. John, please, can you come on?
Thank you. I hope you can hear me all.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you so much, and I'm very happy for the Odinga family for organizing this panel and also these meetings. I'll be quite quick. I've done quite some work on Jaramogi, and one thing that I always say is that we need to understand Jaramogi within the wider framework of international black thinkers, the intellectuals, and the activists who are emerging to question the legitimacy of colonial rule and the racism that was existing, and the perception of blacks as backward. And he was in the league of great visionaries like Kwame Nkrumah, Kenyatta, Abdel Nasser, Julius Nyerere, all people who are against the creation of an equal society. And I try to look at him from that international perspective, because the kind of he was engaging in fighting against a system of domination and exploitation. And if you listen keenly to him, and if you read his book, Not Yet to Uhuru, you're going to see that this is not a story of Kenya alone. It is a story of unfinished business of liberation in Africa. And having been born at a time when the sun was never setting on the empire, I think he took it as his duty to make sure that by the time of his death, the sun will have set on the empire. But also, the empire also struck back, and Professor David Thorpe has talked about the kind of response in which the empire did. And those who look at the propaganda system and the way it worked with the British intelligence, I think having failed to create Jaramogi to become a loyalist or to become in their own image, to create a man in their own image, they turned against him, and they made sure that they turned against him, and they made sure that the only thing that they could do was to satanize Odinga, the way they satanized everybody else who was against the empire. And to do this, I think we need to reflect so much on the works of the Information Research Department and their data campaigns in Africa and in other places where they started this misinformation campaign. And that, what worries me is that we fell into this trap of this misinformation. And even up to this moment, we are still trapped into some of the politics of this misinformation and the black propaganda, which was started by the British. And they forced us to start looking inward to an extent that a great nation like Kenya would think on the politics of genital modification, would think about the politics of genital modification as one of the ways in which to determine leadership. And this, I find that to be quite absurd for a great nation like Kenya. And again, when you look at the workings of the black propaganda, of what even the group has talked about it, the fake news and propaganda articles, there's a new book by Jim Barnes on one of the MI5, MI6 personnel who was working in Nairobi. His name was Walter Bell. And this book, which was released this year, it talks about how Walter Bell started working with Jomo Kenyatta. Kenyatta didn't know so much that he was being fine-tuned for some of this propaganda. And Walter Bell worked so much with Kenyatta. And part of the misinformation about the coup, Odinga coup and all that, it reaches Kenyatta's desk. And even the papers by the People's Revolutionary Kenya Socialist Party, most of these propaganda papers, they reach Kenyatta. And he started being very suspicious of Odinga. And so a wedge is being created through this machinery. The other thing which we fail sometimes to remember is that Odinga is an internationalist. He had set up what was known as the Kenya office in Cairo. And few people recall the Kenya office in Cairo. And this is where he was reaching out to international figures like Abdel Nasser for help in the Kenya's liberation. And we had people like Diambo Okello, Wera Bido, Abdullah Karungo, Kamuithi Munyi. All these people were working towards emancipating the Black Africa. And they were with the help of Abdel Nasser. So we find that Jaramogi was a deliberate internationalist. Deliberate in that he was reaching out to all those people who could help. And that is why you find his friends included people like Kwame Nkrumah, Tito of Yugoslavia, Mao, Khrushchev, all these people, if you read his book, you are going to, they had meetings with him. And the other thing which I want to touch quite briefly, and I know I think if we had time we could have talked about it, it's about the Jaramogi airlifts. When we talk about airlifts, people are always talking about the US airlifts.
Okay, thank you so much, John. There's an announcement to be made here, please. Can you make a quick announcement?
Thank you, Prof. I wish to remind that we are here on a very important intellectual discourse. All movement behind the dignitaries must stop. Madam, you cannot be selling calendars at this time. That one is not possible. All security officials, people are seated behind you for a good reason. You can't be standing in front of people who are seated. God has given us a sound mind and we must use it, especially here. Kindly, Calvo, kila mtu aliyesimama hapo aondoke. Na wewe mzee uliyesimama mbele ya kamera, tunakuomba uketi. Na tusalie watulivu, tusikilize maswala yanayozungumziwa hapa. Professor.
Thank you very much. We have the last speaker on Zoom, Professor Robert Mason of West Virginia. And I'm requesting Robert to observe the 5-minute rule because we have our last panel years to come and it's already 5:10. Thank you very much, Bob.
Just by recalling the times that
Can you bring Robert on, please?
Yes.
Those people in the door, please, can you go out or keep quiet and sit down, please? Please respect us as we respect you. Tafadhali. Tafadhali. Okay, John, Robert, please.
Okay. The first comment a speech he gave in Kisumu, sponsored by the McCary Extramural Program, when had courses in Western Kenya, and shared the platform with Musa Amaremba. And this is the first time I've seen Odinga in person, the contrast between he and Maremba in their public speaking and dress, and their message to us as to the future education of Kenyans is quite a stark contrast. I've never forgotten it. And the message he sent was, of course, we need to focus on an education that reflects the people of Kenya, that is the majority in Kenya, not to be based on colonial education completely African. Second time I met him was at the friendly soccer match that was arranged between North Nyanza and Central Nyanza to welcome Kenyatta and Odinga to Western Kenya. First time Kenyatta visited, Jomo Kenyatta visited as Prime Minister. I had the opportunity to shake hands with him then. But thirdly, when I returned to Kenya in 1968-69 to carry out dissertation research, I was really looking for a place to stay. I owned an apartment in America House on Winnie Street, which some of you will know. The ground floor was the headquarters of KPU. And that was quite an experience with the KPU headquarters as well as the police in obvious and less obvious. Anyway, only one time did I get threatened to be taken to the central police station for going into the building where KPU was. But the example I would like to give would follow up on what Mr. David talked about, the 1958 statement in Let's Go by Jaramogi that Jomo Kenyatta was the leader of the Kenya's Africans, to remind that in the following year, April of 1959, he made that case directly in the face of the Secretary of State for the Colonies, Lennox Moy, who had been briefed before this meeting. Odinga was leading a delegation from the constituency elected members organization, including African and Asian members of LegCo. Lennox Moy was told he had to push back against those in Kenya who were glorifying Kenyatta, as they briefed put it. He did, but he jumped immediately to defend Kenyatta as a leader of Africans, called for his release, and of course infuriated Lennox Moy, but the die had been cast a few days earlier. He had announced in Parliament that there would be a constitutional conference coming. That was the first Lancaster House Cut.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Robert, and thank you, David. Thank you, Professor Lonsdale. Thank you, John Kamau. Still stay tuned because we are doing the last panel now, and we thank you very much for turning up for this occasion. We now have the last panel, which has those Jaramogi inspired and those Jaramogi mentored. Governor James Orengo will take the last seat because he'll be the last speaker. Dr. Mukisa Kitui, the second last seat. Gitu Kaengeri, you'll go to the third seat. Archbishop Okoth will come to the first seat. And Mama Jael Bogo, will she speak from there? Then she can come to the thing. You go here. Here. Yeah, Governor. Archbishop, you can start, yeah? Next second. Roger.
Okay, hey, please, we are in the deep moment of listening to the lectures. Kindly go to the tent.
Sitimo wakelo bondo, bado moro wacha karia kote kwa nyamonyo. Kana jo ilimo man kapi, pi nyamonyo, electricity kwa nyamonyo ja, mama no kendo. Kana makendo, this school man kai, nyaka mission, nyaka institution. Nyaka beda geni man kai no kwa nitaka. Magara madungene, Jaramogi was a man of gratitude. He was a political fighter for truth and justice. But where there was no justice, Jaramogi did not hide from it. We not meet where meet us. We met in our own small ways. Here and there. Sometimes at the end of cool, think about this and that. But Jaramogi was a man of gratitude. Let us not go away saying he was only a fighter. No, he was a fighter for truth and justice. Kana ogi kamo, Jaramogi chako, ana commander-in-chief. Mana along la Jaramogi biru woyo, moko na mwaka ni asagwe, mono SM uchil, odi orikinyara kuunga, note pa moro tuko. Jaramogi no kona ero kata, no goni asagwe. Magi egi mwa wake mwadwangene ya, gema Jaramogi, ne en gema mnyaka wa respect, wame yo kozo gratitude. To work thank God because
thank you very much, Archbishop. Indeed, the Ford Kenya slogan was Haki na Ukweli, because Jaramogi was for truth and justice. Next is Jael Gogo. Phoebe Asio records in How to Biography that you and her tried to persuade Jaramogi not to resign as vice president. Tell him.
I hope you will excuse me to speak in English a little and mix it where necessary with my mother tongue. My name is Jael Ogombe Mbogo. The family of Jaramogi and all protocols observed. I come to you today to confirm that I am one of the products of Jaramogi's leadership. Was with Mzee from 19 1958 in Eastlands, Nairobi, which was then known as under the leadership of the Lord. I was also at the same time working with the city council in the building department as a secretary. And during the course of my work, there was a lot of happenings. This was the time when Africans were getting ready and fighting hard to achieve our independence. I got involved in many ways because of my skills and service. Through Jaramogi, I learned one principle. That was, you cannot receive money or anything before service. It is service before self, which was very difficult in those days, and particularly in these days. You cannot expect anybody to do anything for you without first exchanging money. That was the beginning of the corruption in Kenya. The first corruption was brought in during the time the British started those who were detained and those who wanted back their land. There was agreement for the British to send who are being released never reached them at any cost. Instead, there was a company, Kikuyu Land Buying Company, which was charged with raising money to buy land from the Wazungus. But even that did not work properly. Therefore, he was very disappointed. When he saw this and he found out that he could not get his points considered, that's the time he resigned and formed the party, KPU. I wanted to join the party then, because he was our leader from Eastlands. Every morning we would be controlled 3-4 times from Ofafa to City Hall. You lie down, you stretch your legs, and you open your mouth. If you are if you have no teeth down here, you get relief. But if you have your teeth, the lower teeth, you are getting in. The penalty. Marbe dogilakena. Tokoro sani agoni asairo kamano. Nikechelakena gokoro wuok kendgi. Mondo kadhie polo, tayudu kuma jaduong' nitiere. Ekona ma jolue mabro dhi e polo. Mano en adiera. Yeah, after that, we moved to the real independence now. We worked very hard as a councillor to organize the African community in Nairobi. We hired Kenya Polytechnic, a big hall like this for the whole country. And everyone came with whatever they could show as being attributed to the African culture. This went on, and then I was elected chairperson or president of Maendeleo Yanawake. And in this area now, I had very good opportunity of pursuing and studying and what was happening in the government. And Mzee asked me not to resign from Maendeleo when he formed the party. He refused that I should remain where I am because of the information which I could give relating to the system of government we were following. I worked for almost 10 years, but much more. After everything happened, Mzee, I would say, loved the development of women. He was very particular in every organization or party or committee he formed within the party. He must see the face of women. And this he did not lose sight of until much later on. Come 1991-92, during the formation of Ford Kenya, or Ford Original, he called me personally and asked me to go to the office because he wanted to assign some duties to me. When I arrived there, he told me, I want you to head the Department of Women in the party. And I want you to go out and bring as many women leaders. You have worked with them, you know them, you understand them, and I want them to be the springboard of our struggle in Ford, Kenya, at Ajip House. I did exactly that. The first person I called was Wamboi Otieno, who was a personal friend of mine. Then he came and told me, I want Phoebe as CEO. Phoebe was still in the government at that time, but gradually we managed to get her over to Ford, Kenya. And I brought many other women. Wangari was his favorite. He wanted Wangari to be the first vice chairman. Yeah, the first vice chairman. But when we went for elections at City Hall, City Stadium, Wangari stood and stepped down. And that is how Mwite came on board, with Wamalwa as second vice chairman. I have worked with Mzee in many areas. When he was vice president, he was assigned the duty to draft the constitution of the Organization of African Unity, OAU. I'm the one who typed the document he went to present in Ethiopia, when the first OAU body sat to look at the constitution. And besides that, many other documents, he entrusted them to me because I could not let him down. And I liked working with Mzee because Mzee was very simple. You asked him a question and he will not hurry in answering you. He will tell you, I have heard what you want. You go, I'll call you. And that made it possible for each and every one of us to reach him easily. I don't mean that he was a simple person, but the way he related to us in the office was very, very peaceful, very well coordinated, and he would always consult us as young people, as small people in the office. He will say, I want you to come to the hall to hear the speech I'm going to read. And if you feel anything is missing, please feel free to contribute and do it. So I want just to affirm that Mzee mentored me in many ways. He gave me ideas. He told me a leader must have 3 hearts, one in the middle, one on the left, and one on the right. If you have an issue, a difficult issue, you must divide it into 3 portions. So if you feel you can deal with it right away, put it on your left-hand side. If you feel you want to have it the next day, store it on your right-hand side. But always keep your heart open for other issues that are coming. You should not block the flow of issues, whether they are challenging, whether they are good, whether they are bad. You must be ready to confront them in an amicable way so that the party or the program you are trying to accomplish is achieved in time.
Thank you very
so
much.
So I say, myself being a student and mentored by Jaramogi, I am very grateful to God. And I want to thank you, the family of Yaduong, for what you have done to us up to this time. I don't see any other party I can belong to in my life unless it is ODM. And
Thank
this
you.
is my mission to you. Before I finish, because I have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, it's just
if you
time.
give me just two
Okay,
minutes more.
1 minute, 1 minute.
The work I have done in Kenya as a person was to make sure that the position of women is recognized. And that I have done throughout my life. I'm now a Moran of the Burning Spear, and the citation is my persistence in working for the development and progress of women in leadership, in economic field, in employment organizations and government. And I still want to continue doing that until my last day. I was very happy today to see the number of women leaders. One of them, the most powerful one, is sitting there. Thank you very much. I respect you and I admire you and I wish you all the best. The sky is the limit. And I know that in due course, you will be somewhere to show that leadership can be shared. And where leadership is shared, success is promised, is assured. And with those few remarks,
Thank you very much.
I want to say thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to come and participate with you and also contribute the little much I've had with the Mzee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The legs, as you can see, are failing. But the mind, you'll agree with me, is very clear, very sharp, and still going strong. Thank you, Mama Jai. Now we go to the youth in this house. Mzee Gitu Kahengeri is now a century old, which means he's 100 years. He lived in the struggle of Mau Mau, and he has documented recently in his autobiography that Jaramogi is one of heroes. Tell us why, Mzee Gitu. 5 minutes.
Mimi jina langu naitwa Kahengeri. Mimi ni freedom fighter. Nilikuwa katika vita na Waingereza kwa miaka 7. Na vita vya Mau Mau, nataka kutangaza hapa leo, havikuwa vita vya Wakikuyu. Havikuwa vita vya Wajaluo. Havikuwa vita vya Wakalenjin. Vilikuwa vita vya watu wa Kenya. Na watu hawa wa Kenya ni kutoka Namanga mpaka Moyale, na kutoka Indian Ocean mpaka Busia. Kwa hivyo hawa watu wote walikuwa freedom fighters, kwa sababu wale walikwenda msituni, walikwenda kupigana ili nchi yetu iokoke kutoka utumwa. Wale waliokwenda kanisani waliomba Mau Mau ishinde, wazungu waende kwao nyumbani. Kwa hivyo sisi tunajua vita vya ukombozi vya Mau Mau ni vita vya watu wa Kenya. Nikimaliza hivyo, sasa nitasema natoa shukrani kubwa sana kwa mji wa Jaramogi Oginga Odinga kwa sababu wa kutengeneza mkutano kama huu na kuachilia sisi ambao tulifanya kazi na yeye kuambia kitu ambacho labda hawakujua. Ni shukrani nyingi sana. Nikimaliza hivyo, nataka kusema hivi. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga alikuwa rafiki wangu wa siasa na wa kibinafsi, na vile vile alikuwa shujaa wangu, na ni shujaa wangu akiwa amekufa na wakati alipokuwa hai. Kwa hivyo maneno nitakayotoa hapa, nitatoa maneno ya rafiki wangu aliyekufa na bado mpaka sasa mimi nashikilia ya kwamba sisi tuna urafiki pamoja. I want to remind you of some of the unforgettable ideals of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, reminding you of what you already know is not a crime. Kwa hivyo mtaniwacha niendelee. Jaramogi is one of the architects of the unity of the people of Kenya, which culminated in the Mau Mau armed liberation struggle. He refused to bow to the wishes of colonialists of the colonial regime in condemnation of Jomo Kenyatta to die in prison. Jaramogi victoriously led political campaign of release Jomo Kenyatta from detention in Marela. Kenyatta was released and he became the President of the Republic of Kenya, with Jaramogi Oginga Odinga the Vice President. In his willingness and wisdom, Jaramogi successfully united KANU political members in Nyanza and in the central region to defeat KANU, a party that in the general election. KANU was supported by colonial regime. They are collaborators, they are traitors, and the notorious so-called home guards. Jaramogi firmly stood for justice and good governance. Jaramogi initiated for restoration of democracy, second liberation, supported by progressive young patriots like James Orengo, Mukisa Kitui, who are here, na Anyang Nyong'e, who I can see here today, and many others who deserve recognition. Jaramogi is a confirmed patriot, progressive leader of the people of Kenya. His ideals are worth remembering and emulation. Having reminded you that, I now appeal to the young generation together with their parents. Number A, love and help one another for peace and progress. Number 2, unite the people of Kenya. Unity is strength. Number C, embrace dialogue for any kind of dispute. Dialogue is the mother of all agreements. Sacrifice for the development of this country. You are the pillars of this nation. Use your strength similar to that of sledgehammer to fight tribalism, corruption, nepotism, any other evils destructive to our nation. You have the capacity to do that. Amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mzee Githu Kahengeri, who stood with Jaramogi and the Odinga family. Doc, you are part of the Young Turks, and when you were invited, you said whatever was in your diary had to give way. Why?
Asante sana. I wanted to reminisce quite a bit about my experience working with Jaramogi Oginga Odinga and our time in the Second Liberation. But a lot of the strands have already been taken out. And in the interest of brevity, I'll just take 2 of the things I wanted to talk about. One is where Mzee Gitu Kahengeri has just left off. Inspiring young people to work with older people for a shared purpose. The week before he died, Jaramogi invited us to his hotel room in Mombasa. Peter, you were there. Orengo, you were there. Gitobi Manyara was there. Paul Mwite was there. And one of the things that he said to us, the last conversation we had with him, he thanked us for making him feel young. You gave me young energy. And I'm very happy about that. You even added me years without feeling youthful. Yeah. And the second thing, he said, always fight on when we have not reached our goals. I find this important because some of the challenge I feel we are confronting today as a country is the inadequate fusion, meeting ground between the experience of old, the energy of young, in confronting the continuing threats to our democratic order. We must look afresh at how can we rebuild the bonds between generations to deal with major challenges which are threatening to reverse the gains that people like Jaramogi Oginga Odinga fought so much for, sacrificed themselves for. The second, which really builds into that first statement for me, is Jaramogi was a study in humility but with determination. He was not a very person, but he was a very consistent and persistent person. And working with him through those years, through those intense moments, I could see a person who was saying the cause is larger than ourselves. This is important to me today because I fear there aren't enough voices in this country talking truth to authority. When young men were raided in their homes in Kondele and died later when they were taken to hospital, there was not sufficient outrage in this country. When Jaswinda Rai was abducted by agents of the state and a president started promising illegality, there was not enough outrage about that behavior. When Margaret Nyakango, the control of budget, was humiliated, purportedly because of some infringement of many years earlier, we kept a similar silence, Jaramogi would not be so silent. The best way we can honor Jaramogi, speak truth to authority. We are not here by invitation. We were not given a gift of liberation. Our second liberation saw people sacrifice their lives, saw people spend decades in detention, saw families broken up. We cannot let persons who buy power intimidate us. And my friend, the leader of minority in parliament, the parliament of Kenya today is the most gullible since the Mulolongo parliament of the late 80s. The good news is that usually such terrible parliaments give way to liberation. Let us not make the sacrifices of silenced legislators without the gain of emboldened nationals, linking our hands, seeing every struggle as our own, seeing every infringement on the rights of Kenyans, seeing every unjustifiable attack on the judiciary as attacks on our order. And that if we become complacent and look the other way, Jaramogi will sit uncomfortable in his grave.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukisa Kitui. Last but not least, those who read history know that he was not only a personal lawyer, he was a confidant. He was always there. He was an aide. And on the day he died, he was right there by his bedside. And Dr. Diambol Lel, whom you guys saw in the documentary, said in Luo, when Jaramogi breathed his last, Jim, Jaduongo Bwatna, which means, Jim, Mzee slipped through my hands. Your reflections, Governor.
Thank you. The Prime Minister, Raila Odinga, and the Odinga family, Mama Susan, and the family. If I was to talk about Jaramogi, it would take a long time. But let me say, on this day, at this hour, I was at the Aga Khan Hospital. I had come on a mission where Jaramogi had instructed me to write a letter to Nelson Mandela, which he wanted to be delivered. And he wanted a meeting between him and Nelson Mandela before Mandela became the president of South Africa. Jaramogi left us in January 1994, and Mandela became president in May 1994. So it is a day I never really want sometimes to think about, because I think history today would have been different. But I'm grateful to Olaro Tunu, because the things that you said about Jaramogi, I would not want to repeat them, but because Jaramogi left us with a legacy of, and those virtues of Jaramogi are important for us today. The virtue of wisdom, the virtue of justice, and the virtue of courage. And more importantly, when we're talking about courage, is not sheer bravery. It's more than that. And for Jaramogi, it also meant the commitment to the truth. So I would feel happy if I could say in a few words what Jaramogi desired of us, those that he left behind. And I just want to read from his own book. And by the way, if you read Not Yet Uhuru, I want you to read the introduction by Jaramogi, read the preface by Kwame Nkrumah, and what I call a preamble and a dedication. These three parts of Jaramogi's book are very important, thinking about the struggle today. And this is what Jaramogi said in this seminal book,
about the time. And I quote, when the political temperature, I may to shorten, when the political temperature was highest, the youth and the women were the greatest single force of our struggle and its nerve center. The women created the political consciousness, and I'm grateful for what Jan Mbogo is saying. The women created the political consciousness with the people to the polls, and it is they who voted to sweep our first independence government to power. The youth and women galvanized the people on whose support we rode to victory. They were never afraid of bullets, tear gas, or jail. And then in his dedication in this book, what does he say? And I quote, I dedicate this book, the story of my life and political struggle, to the youth of Kenya, my country. As the spirit of the youth carried us through our hardest days in the fight for independence, so on the youth looking at the struggle 94 without the youth, I think we would not have been where we are today. Without the women, I don't think we would be where we are today. And I believe that it is true that when there were meetings about the leadership of Ford, Jaramogi's preferred candidate was Wangari Maathai. And you remember, to the end, in the elections that came, Wangari still advocated for Jaramogi to become the third president of the Republic of Kenya. Now, when you talk about courage, I have never seen somebody of that age so courageous. I remember an incident that when we went to Garissa for a political meeting, and we carried all the political heavyweights to Garissa, including Martin Shikuku, Kimani Wanyoike, Dennis Akumu, Buya, and at the airport in Garissa, the military said we could not go through to go and hold a political meeting in Garissa. And when one of the people in Garissa offered a combi to the military into the airport, some of us, whom I shall not mention, refused to enter that pickup. But Martin Shikuku was always very loud, sat at the back of the of the combi. And Jaramogi, of all the people, sat on the front. And he ordered the driver to drive through the gate and the barrier that the military had put there. And we managed to pass through and get to Garissa town and held a meeting. And I remember Abuya crying that, oh, I've been hit by a stone. Damu inatoka kwa mkono yangu. And Jaramogi said, unataka itoke maji. We ended up having a very successful meeting on that day. The second thing, if you read the book between what Nkrumah says and what Jaramogi says, is that on issues of principles, we should be steadfast. We should steadfast. And he cries in that book that independence government was by people who did not believe in the struggle. And today in Kenya, and I'm sorry, my friend Korea is here, and you're my very good friend. If you look at Kenya today, part of the problem that we have today is that those who are in power were never part of the struggle. And in this, we face a lot of challenges, and we must rededicate the struggle in Kenya to make sure that the progressive movement attains what Jaramogi desired of us, and is never too late. And I thank Raila Amolo Odinga being steadfast in keeping this flame of freedom burning all the time, and I know it can be done. The other thing that I remember about Jaramogi, and this is the last point, I think we are tired and late. There's a time when through Jobo Mino, he had organized for a meeting in London between him and Tiny Roland to ask for funds for the campaign. And Tiny Roland used to run a hotel in London with Mohammed Gaddafi. As soon as we got to that hotel, Jaramogi, instead of just asking for a contribution, he went straight and told Tiny Roland that you people have exploited Africa and you have nothing to show. And the worst is that Mozambique, Rhodesia, what is Zimbabwe now, and Zambia could have become independent countries if Londro, East Africa, had not engaged with the reactionary forces, particularly in Mozambique. Now, when Tiny Roland walked out, and I was trying to whisper to him, Koroki wacho motango yud pasa nenadi. To owacho na to ko tamro kowe. So when Tiny Roland came back, he told him, I know you're Moi's friend. I will not stop you from giving him a contribution. But you must also, because you know we are the ones who stand for the truth. And a testimony to that, when Jaramogi died, Tiny Roland was here, to say bye-bye to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. So this is a life that is very difficult to replicate, but I think the legacy lives, and Kenya is in the right trajectory if we follow the footsteps of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Governor Orengo. I'll ask now the panelists, with the exception of Archbishop Okoth, to remain, and the rest can say it. Indeed, the political shadow of Jaramogi looms large from what we have seen today, from the talk we have had today, and from the aspirations that people still have. The program says that we should have the closing prayer, but I know you would stone me out of this podium if I went and said that Archbishop Okoth now give the closing prayer. And therefore, because of that, I want to invite the only one, the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, to come and wrap up what has been You may be seated. I know you guys are now tired, but I am not going to make a speech. I just want first to thank those who have
spare their time to come here and share their views about Jaramogi with us today. I want to thank our friend, Dr. Lara Otunu, who has come all the way from Uganda to be with us here. And those who joined us virtually from outside the country, we thank them. And those who have been here in the panel here, we thank them. Also those who have given keynote speeches here. Now, from what they have all said, you can say that it is like the 7 people who went to find out, those blind people who went to find out what an elephant looks like. From what they all said, actually a picture has emerged of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. As a family, we thank everybody for sparing their time to come and be here today. This event would have been held 3 years ago, but because of the COVID, we decided to postpone it. And today was so important because this is the 30th anniversary of Jaramogi, where we decided that it must be held here today. Jaramogi was very many things, a very versatile character, very engaging when you want to talk to him, but very simple. It was very, very simple. We remember when we were growing up here in this town, Jaramogi just used to wear kinyasa and a color shoes. That was his standard dress in town. That's how he was known. And that is how he even went up to Legico. You will see, if you read the Note in Uhuru, there is a place where they were now discussing the dress, Jaramogi's dress in Bunge, how he should get into Bunge. Eventually he won that and was able to go into Bunge without having to put up a tie. So, but growing up as children, you know, he had been a teacher. And therefore he was very, very strict with us as children. He wanted us to grow up like any other native children around. And we had it very rough, me and Oburu here, as children. But now, in retrospect, we are grateful to him that by treating us like ordinary people, we grew up as true Kenyans, and we therefore understood the problems the ordinary peasant children were experiencing in the rural areas. We were removed from schools here in Kisumu and taken back to a rural school down there. We lost 2 years of our education because of transfer from Kisumu to the rural home there. Because when we went there, they said we were too small to go to standard 3. So we had to go and start again in standard 1. But that was okay for us. We think that it was a good experience. It prepared us for life in the future. But Jaramogi, this other aspect of Jaramogi which has not been properly appreciated. Jaramogi the teacher. Jaramogi really wanted people to get education. And he spent a lot of his time and a lot of his money trying to promote education among the Kenyans. At the time he died, there were 54 children in different stages of education. Some were in nursery, primary, secondary, and university, whom he was sponsoring. We decided as a family to ensure that all those children would get education in accordance with their abilities. And through the foundation, we raised money and we ensured that all the 54 children Jaramogi was sponsoring got education. It was a time when there was nothing like CDF. So, but we managed to ensure that these children got education. Some we sent abroad to university. No one of Jaramogi. But he had started this thing much earlier. When he resigned from teaching in Maseno and came and set up a business here, he was helping very many students who wanted to go abroad. And when he now became the chairman of the Care of Luo Union, he now actually institutionalized it. Very many students who went abroad in those days got support from Luo Union. And when he went on a trip, he had been invited to go to India. What happened is, Mogi had constructed a building in the center of the town here. He called it Ramogi House. And that building was completed in 1951. So in 1952, he invited the governor. He wrote a letter to the governor through the PC to come and officially launch or open the building. The reply came back that the town center is not for natives. That Africans should go and build in the native reserves. The town center is only for Europeans and Asians. So that is noted rule. You can read it there. So after that rejection, he now wrote to the Indian High Commission. By that time, India had attained independence and had posted a High Commissioner here in Nairobi who was representing the whole of Eastern Africa. It was called Sir Apa Sahib Pant. So Apa Sahib Pant accepted the invitation to come. So he came here to Kisumu to open the building. And when he looked at the building, he was so impressed that he said that people who are still struggling under colonial oppression can put up a building like this. He invited Jaramogi to go to India to see how Indians are working to reconstruct their country after independence. And that is how Jaramogi traveled to India. And in India, he spent 2 months in India. He traveled the length and the breadth of India, met so many people, the Minister of Education, the Minister for Culture, the Minister for Industries. He toured from Bombay to Delhi, to Bangalore, to Chennai, to Calcutta, to Srinagar, all part of India. Some by train, by road, by air. And when he came back, he wrote a book in Luo. It was called Dueche Areo e India. 2 months in India. He recorded everything that he had seen in India. That book was later on translated by an Indian friend of him, Ambubai Patel, into English. And the copies are available there. You can buy them. 2 months in India are available there. Noted Huru is also available there. Flames of Freedom is also available there. Anybody who wants can buy. In that book, he was so impressed. He met with the then Indian Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, and they had long discussions. And he signed an agreement there with the Indian government that he could send Kenyan students to go and study in India. So long as they get transport to go to India, they would get Indian government scholarship to study for free in Indian universities. So Jaramogi then came here and recruited Kenyans to go and study in India. He opened an office in that building called Jivan Bharat building, where the Indian High Commission was, and put a Kenyan who had come from India at that time called Olwandi Kodul as the secretary. To that scholarship program, many Kenyans went to study in India from 1953, 4, 5, 6, all that. People like from here, I can give you some names. Odinga Mama, Omolo Kero, Tomokelo Dongo, Odero Joey, Akoko Mboya, Mauro Keo, and up there, Joe Karanja, who became the first High Commissioner in London, Vice Chancellor University of Nairobi, and Vice President. Henry Waridi, the first Member of Parliament for Mukurweini. Kalembe Ndile was an MP for somewhere in Okambani. Omoto Omoto Masahalia was Masahalia. We used to live together with him. Here he was working at Lutheran's and near here company. SMOTNO. All those were students who Jaramogi sent to study in India. This is long before airlift. So the Indian package was much earlier than the airlift. And the airlift only had about 300 people. But then after that, John Jaramogi traveled to the Eastern European countries. First, Jaramogi had gone on to attend a conference in Tokyo, Japan, a World Peace Conference. When he was at that conference in Tokyo, he met the Chinese delegation. The Chinese delegation invited him to go and visit China, and he accepted. That is how Jaramogi went to the East. When they went to China, they went first to Shanghai. From Shanghai, they went to Peking, those days, now Beijing. And he met with Mao Zedong and Xu Enlai. And they had discussions, and they arranged for him to go to other parts of China to go and see how China were working to develop their country, Chinese. He went to several provinces of China. From there, they arranged for him to go to Moscow. By that time, the Chinese and the Russians had not disagreed. So they're the ones who made arrangement for him to go and meet with Nikita Khrushchev, then the president of the Soviet Union, in Moscow. So he went from Peking to Moscow and had discussions with the leadership of the Soviet Union. First, in Beijing, they agreed to support the liberation movement in Kenya. In Moscow, also, they agreed to support the liberation movement in Kenya. From Moscow, he flew to London. At Heathrow Airport, the immigration saw the stamp of Peking. They did not mind about Moscow, but Peking, the Red China. So he went to China, yes. He was holding a British passport. At that time, everybody was a British subject. And the British citizens were not supposed to go to Red China. So the guy just did not say anything, but noted and I think reported to the immigration. He went into the town. But from there, when he came back to Nairobi and landed at Jomo Kenyatta Airport now, then Embakasi Airport, the passport was impounded. They took away the passport. They did not give any reasons. So there was a headline, Jaramogi's passport impounded. So the matter was raised in the Legico, and there was a long debate over it. The majority of members of parliament at that time were white, and they were saying how Jaramogi was playing about with fire. One was called Group Captain Briggs, one was Sir Michael Blandel, and one was called Enes Basi. And all of them were condemning Jaramogi and saying that Jaramogi was playing with what he did not understand. He who rode on the back of the tiger ended inside the stomach of the tiger. So one said, Mr. Odinga should know that men much more intelligent than him have tried and have failed, and he will fail. So when Jaramogi rose to respond, he told the gentlemen who were talking that, look, even me, before I went to China, I was as ignorant as you people about China. But what I saw in China was an eye-opener to me. China is the country with the biggest population in the world. At that time, 540 million people. But in China, I did not see any people walking naked. Everyone was clothed. In China, I did not see people who are unemployed. Everybody was employed. In China, I did not see people hungry. Everybody was eating. China was able to feed 540 million people. We have no beggars in China. So if that is what's communism, then communism is food. It's like food. That's what Jaramogi said. You can see it in the Hansard. Tomorrow, headline in East African Standards, communism, my food, says Odinga. How Jaramogi had the tag of being a communist. Jaramogi never studied Marxism-Leninism at all. He did not. But Jaramogi was just being realistic at that time. Now what he did, he negotiated scholarships with those countries for Kenyans. At that time, it was not easy to get a passport if you are going to study in those countries. So the Kenyans who had moved out and had been denied opportunity to go and study in Rome, and they had gone by foot through Uganda and through South Sudan to Khartoum, negotiated and opened an office in Khartoum, and then went also up to Cairo and opened an office. Jaramogi met them, and through that connection, he opened an office in Cairo, and he was able to meet the Egyptian president, Mr. Nasser. But I wanted to tell you that when his passport was impounded here, he got a passport, international passport from Kwame Nkrumah, president of Ghana. Another one from Gamal Abdel Nasser, president of Egypt. He had 2 international passports. So he went there, and in Cairo they set up an office operated by the late William Odhiambo Kelo, Werambitho, and Abdallah Karungo. And then they opened up another office in London, operated by Otiego Thiel. In London, Nkrumah bought a building called Africa Unity House, which building he dedicated to the liberation struggle on Africa. And all Africans who had a problem in London could go and stay in that building. And he asked Jaramogi to give him somebody to manage that building. Jaramogi gave him a Kenyan who had been a student in London and had not come back, called Othigo Thieno. Became the manager of Africa Unity House. So now the Cairo office was the one that was liaising with all these countries: Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Romania, the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia, and China and so on, about scholarships. So Kenyans only needed to get to Cairo. From Cairo, you would now be able to travel to get a scholarship to study for free in all those countries. Through that program, 5,000 Kenyans managed to study in the university. That was Jaramogi's initiative, which has never been recognized or appreciated, because people highlight only the 300 or so people who were taken by airlift and from Embakasi to New York. But there's nothing, it's a drop in the water of the ocean by comparison to many Kenyans who studied through Jaramogi's initiative. First in India, then in those other countries, then in the UK. To other West African countries, Ghana, Egypt, and so on and so forth. This is an aspect of Jaramogi's contribution that has never been appreciated. And I wanted this to also go on record. Jaramogi as an educator. So therefore, I really want to thank you all for coming to help us remember Jaramogi. Asanteni sana. Mungu wabariki.
Jacob, a walking encyclopedia, but he had something to say.